Ladies and gentlemen, my name is Ritika, and on behalf of AFAX, it's an absolute pleasure to welcome all of you to the Future of News conference, bringing you the best of news on television and online video. Since this is the maiden edition, how about getting it started with a good round of applause? Thank you. Everyone present in this room already knows that young Indians are going more and more online for their video consumption. And this presents in front of the Indian news business a new set of unique challenges and opportunities. The opportunity, of course, is that you can catch your viewer anywhere, anytime. But the challenge is, how do we monetize this? Not just that, but along with this, many other crucial issues and concerns involved with the Indian news business are going to be the thrust of this day-long conference, the future of news, the best of news on television and online video. We have curated insightful discussions with some power-packed panels with some of the most learned minds in the industry who will be joining us in the course of the day. Thank you so much to all of you for being here. Without further ado, let's get started. And I would like to take an opportunity to thank our partners, starting with our presenting partner, News 18 India, powered by Partner Public App, Platinum Partner, ABP Live, Knowledge Partner, Nielsen Media, and live streaming partner, 24 Frames Digital, for their support. Thank you all of you in this hall for being present here. I hope you will be an encouraging audience for the panels that are coming forth. Without further ado, let's get it started with a huge round of applause. Please welcome on stage the co-founder and CEO of AFAX, Mr. Shrikant Khandekar.
What's this? Is it for me?
This is for the PPT, whoever wants to use it.
Okay, cool. Welcome everyone. It's really good to have you all here. First I want to check out a high-tech piece of equipment we've installed to have an interactive audience. This consists of a green card that you can see in front of you. This is the highest tech we could organize. So, okay. So what we are going to do is, if the moderator or any of the speakers asks you a question from the podium, do please respond so that I see green if you want to say yes, or red if you want to say no. It's not even red, it's burgundy, I just realized. Okay, so let's try the first thing. I mean, are you happy to be here today? This is a test run. Come on at the back, please. I can see that you're not waving your card. Yes, okay, everybody's happy to be here. I'm very happy to hear that. But seriously speaking, we are going to use it from the podium for this, okay? Okay, technically this is actually the third edition of the Future of News. And the reason for that is, in 2009, we had launched an event called the Future of News. And I was trying to remember why we had one more edition and then we gave up. And if I remember, the reason we gave up was, actually nothing very much was happening, meaning the internet had come to India, okay? But really there was not very much. So Facebook at that time was just, I think, 5 years old. Twitter had barely been launched. Twitter was maybe 3 years or 4 years old. There was, Wi-Fi connections were limited to offices. Data was foully expensive. So actually the chance of watching video online, professionals had not yet got into the act. You had some user-generated content, as in, cute babies, puppies, kittens, that type of videos, but nobody could afford it, or basically there was no content to watch. The kind of news we talk about now, it didn't exist there, okay? So the big three things, text news people used to watch because that was affordable, right? The three big things that have happened, I think, since then is, one is, of course, the advent of the smartphone, which we did not have in big enough numbers. The second is the rise of social media. And the third is the fact that data costs declined very sharply. So really, these three things combine to allow people to go online. And I was actually just checking recently in preparation for this conference, I was just trying to look at the following of that news channels have on YouTube, okay, on just one of the platforms, national channels have between 15 to 55 million subscribers, which is really astounding numbers, you know. You know where the business is also going. And even regional channels, I found many of them have between 5 and 10 million subscribers on YouTube. So you know that a lot of stuff is happening online, and that's one of the reasons why this conference says it's the best of news on television as well as you know, online video. The business has changed drastically since 2009-10, but in some ways, the purpose of journalism has not changed. You know, it is still to inform, to be timely, to find the truth, to be fair, impartial, to be accurate, right, and to question those in power. So that fundamental thing, the professional part of it, which is inside the business, the profession inside the business, that remains the same, okay? I know on social media, media brands get trashed like mad, okay? It depends on whether you're pro-government, anti-government. People slam media brands for the fact, for being biased, for being whatever, you know. But if the reality is equally, that's on social media. But the reality is that more and more people are still coming to these media brands and consuming and listening and viewing what they have to say. So if you look at it's not like the public they may look at or they may hear something have a pinch of salt, right? With a pinch of salt. But the reality is that people still flock to the big media brands, including the TV brands. But if you look at it, the business end, there is a problem, and there has been a problem with TV networks for a long time, you know, of issues of profitability, okay? And that is the reason why this edition, we are focused almost entirely, not entirely, but there's a strong emphasis on the business end of television news. And actually, we did something which worked out rather well. Since we were doing it for the first time, we got a market research agency to talk to dozens of executives in the television news space to find out what it is that they thought were important issues. And actually, several things came up which were quite interesting. So if you look at all the issues that we will discuss, you know, which is breaking news, is it an asset or a limitation? The challenge of monetization, how advertisers are responding as more viewers move online, okay? The peculiarities of regional news and leveraging the power of social media, all of these and monetizing it. All of these suggestions have come from people in this room and outside, but people from within the business. I hope you find the discussions, you know, not just relevant, but also useful professionally. You know, this, what I'm about to say actually does not apply, but you'll see that it soon will. We are very paranoid in at AFAX events. So I don't know if you have attended an AFAX event, but we are very paranoid about running to schedule, okay? And this is the wrong time to say it because I'm 34 minutes behind time, okay? But so what we do is that we keep on chipping away through the day, so we'll end on the dot when the conference is supposed to end. So sometimes if we seem to hurry you up, please don't mind. We value the time of our speakers as well as all of you in the audience, and we'd hate you to be waiting for something to happen. I'd like to you know, I'm pretty much through. I'd like to just thank the sponsors, the speakers, and all of you in the audience for being here. And a special thanks to our keynote speaker, Shashi Sinha, I think, who is, when he committed, it seemed convenient, but as his schedule developed, it was really very inconvenient for him to come and speak here today, but he hasn't ditched me. And for you, Shashi, I shall be always grateful, okay? Thank you, everyone, and I hope you enjoyed knowing more about the future of news. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And now moving forward to a very special keynote address. Just as Mr. Khandekar said that we are extremely grateful to Mr. Shashi Sinha for making time out of his busy schedule and being here to deliver the keynote address. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together for CEO IPG Mediabrands India, India, and Chairman BARC, Mr. Shashi Sinha.
Thank you so much. 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 Thank you so much
Hardik, I truly appreciate the introduction and the right order. CEO IPG Media Brands and Chairman BARC. Otherwise, in a day job, I feel is reverse. So I think I'm grateful that you got it bang on. So, folks,
Check, check. So just check if it's working now.
hello? Yeah, good. So good. So, future of news media, TV and online video, they found that very interesting. He's kept print out of it. He's kept, news is a lot more. So, but that I'll pick a bone with Shrikant the other day. But nevertheless, so let's get on with it. I'm sure all of you wonder in a day job, hundreds of channels, news channels. As Pankaj was telling me just now at break that, it's all about getting licenses as news and then providing entertainment. You have the option, any case there. So hundreds of them, very fragmented viewership. Today, all news channels put together, 5 to 6% share. Everyone is not only breaking news, everyone's number one, different time bands, different parts of the day, so is there any future for this, It seems very cluttered, selling on ERs, effective rates for those who understand, shrinking pie, ADEX is under pressure, market is tough. So is this a good time to talk about it? And there are two sides of the coin, one side you can say, listen, it does look gloomy. With so many news channels, what will happen? There's no monetization for online video. So what do we do? I personally come and I say it not only because I'm standing in front of you, but I say it wherever I go and I say it, and some of it will be repetition for those of you who've heard me before. I say it in private forums also, is that I think there's a very bright future for news per se, and especially with relevance to TV and online video. And let me spell out a few reasons why I say what I say, So firstly, I believe monetization for a short to middle term will always be advertising led. It may change in the long run as the experience of global media giant shows, news giant shows, that they are getting some amount of monetization from subscription. I see no reason why that will not happen here. And I'm using news, TV news and online interchangeably. I see it together. To me, it's one together, and I'll talk about it right in the end. But in the interim, it is going to be advertising driven, and advertising will play a critical role. Therefore, in the beginning, and I know the distribution, especially in the television side, is a bit of a challenge for news, whether distribution, whether you ensure that you are you're in a prime position to be carried, or you ensure Euro landing, whichever it is, which is in a way of ensuring that you get prime position. It's a controversial subject at this point in time, but whatever it is, distribution is going to be a challenge. So getting money from subscription, especially in the TV side, is going to be slightly tough. It's going to be advertising to a role to play, and therefore the focus on advertising. Now, my personal opinion is all the cacophony, this whole news segment and what happens in television cascades onto online also. There's so much of pressure on fighting with each other and being one-upmanship that as a result leads to a lot of confusion. So who's number one? What are numbers? This week I'm number one. This week I've got better share. Leads to confusion. And in the advertiser's mind, in the consumer's mind, and also in the agency's mind. So I think there's merit in creating some kind of a ethic or a code of conduct between the news guys together, saying, listen, if we create, it'll be good for the industry. If we do, I know it's a tough ask, but it can be done. And if you apply a mind to it, and I'll give you a few illustrations. So you may still fight by day. You may still say, listen, because news also has a certain amount of personalities around it, and those anchors and owners have a certain amount of, maybe use the word vanity. But that apart, it's also a business. And to Shrikant's point, how do we ensure that it's better business? We need to ensure that there is certain method to it. One of the peeves I've had with this genre is that they always sell, since we're talking of advertising, they always sell on effective rates, you know. For whatever reason, I have not figured this out. So what is my ER? One of the sponsors walked up and said, you know, now we're doing far better, so should our ER go up, you know? And the point is that today, probably news delivers very high quality reach, which a lot of people don't understand. I mean, the reach, I know it has to be seen in a context. It cannot be just by itself. But the reach which news delivers is equivalent to a lot of prime channels which they deliver. I think all of you, because you're specialists in news, understand. But I submit that if you go to any of the agencies, including mine, and you ask any of the media planners, do you think the reach of news is so high compared with whatever channel you want to compare? And chances are that you must be laughing and they throw you out. But that's the way it's been positioned. It's been all about channel share. It's always been about effective rates. And the world works on CPMs. I, for the love of me, have not figured out why news cannot as an industry come together. You can still fight that I'm number one, I'm number two, or whatever you are. But if you come together and say, for us, the trading mechanism or metric is going to be CPMs, you know, and I'm sure all of you understand what I mean by CPMs. So it's a very great opportunity for you to consider, you know. And what CPM does is also allows you to, in the short run, to sell digital along with that. Today, as most of you know, news measurement is, the digital is very strong, online is extremely strong for news. It probably is the biggest genre in terms of reach. And therefore, to say that, you know, if you were to merge, and I speak to a lot of people, and they always feel, you know, CPMs are different for TV, CPMs are different for new online. Will there be a problem in this? Will we? But you're already undercutting yourself. So if the ER for a channel is 5,000 bucks or 4,000 bucks or whatever it is, if you translate it to CPM, any case you're so low. So if you turn around and say, you know, that I will combine the two, there's a great opportunity. But this has to be done at industry level. This cannot be suddenly Aaj or ABP getting up together and saying, we are doing it. The industry has to turn around and say, educate. It's not just one day, it's just to educate, train people. And 3-4 things will happen because of that. One is, you will see the power of TV plus online, which is very, very critical. Second thing which will happen is, you will force the industry to measurement. Just now, and Dolly knows better than anyone else, she's following my presentation and she probably has got better content than I have. But what will happen is today, measurement in digital has been kept away, not because of lack of capability, as I was saying to someone earlier at lunch. It's because of stakeholder management. So news guys can lead this. News guys can say, listen, we do TV plus digital, and that is where the numbers will multiply. It's going to be dramatic. So I genuinely believe, you know, if the industry is to collaborate on some such specific issues, there'll be huge gain and upside. And that is when, you know, you'll know where you stand. So it'll force, when you start doing TV plus digital, force measurement, accelerate measurement, because clients want measurement. It is stakeholders, if one strong lobby of news broadcasters say we want measurement, the rest will fall in line. You know, and I repeat, and I don't want to say too much on this, but I just want to repeat that it's not a lack of capability which is a problem. It's the intention of stakeholders which is a problem. Capability exists, as Dolly will show when she follows us. We have done work together. So this is the one point which I want to make. The second point I want to make is, you know, today there is a lot of sameness in news. So one guy does one story, 5 others. So if today the hottest thing going for the last 6 months has been the war in Ukraine, you know, so our coverage of Ukraine is better than the war itself. So everyone follows that. There's madness in that, you know. There are differentiated audiences. I mean, simple principles of marketing teach you differentiation. And there has to be difference, you know, differences created. I, for the love of me, can't understand why, I mean, channels which have stayed away from the measurement mechanism have got fair share of revenue on a differentiated content without taking names. I'm not saying that's the right strategy or wrong strategy, but the fact is, differentiation always helps. Advertiser brands, 7 of them are differentiated. This is one category which I have seen where there's not only lack of differentiation, people want to collide. They want to ensure what someone else is doing, what his breaking news is my breaking news, what his headline is my headline. So I think there is a strong story in creating differentiated news, differentiated content. I think there is merit in that. And that will take us in the long way, because advertisers, you know, have a way of judging. They understand that this is what it is. I've worked with a lot of brands in my day job, where and I sit in a lot of meetings where advertisers turn and say, yes, I'm my favorite client, Amul. They turn on, Mr. Sodhi says, yes, I know this channel, this is what it is. So why is this desire to be one? It's all linked to that share of news genre which I will get. It's in points. Any case is irrelevant if you look at share of news. If you start converting into CPMs, chances are you'll create a story of your own. That's the second thing. Linked to this is the point which I want to make is, when you start looking at differentiated, probably credibility will increase. Just now, it's this oneness, sameness, and therefore this whole thing of, lack of credibility which comes with that. If you look different, you create different content, you'll definitely get. Then you'll get segments. You see, one of the big things, or big advantage of especially those guys who have a combination of TV and online put together, is that you know your customer. You know who the guy is. You can start creating segments. So it's again to my point of sameness. There's so much of sameness that you can turn around and say, listen, I am creating special segments. This is the kind of audience I'm looking at. And we, as the industry in terms of measurement, also to blame for that. We have created such broad bands. To give you a simple example, NCCS-A. NCCS-A is such a wide segment. So extremely wide segment. Supposed to be a top-end segment, Dolly will agree. We have been appealing to the market. If I have to something successful BARC, 2-3 pet projects, one of them is this, therefore I'm making a plug, that why don't we change? Why don't we start creating super specialized segments? And then we can say, listen, I do well in this segment. For an auto brand, today, you see, this whole system is designed for large CPG companies who are not consumers of news. They take news as a very small part of their portfolio. But if you were to look at large players, categories which are emerging, automotive is a large category. E-com, well, e-com advertises on, penetration of e-com in India not more than 2-3%. So if you start creating segments for them, you suddenly find that there's an opportunity there. So the measurement industry, be it the Market Research Society of India, be it BARC, need to facilitate this. But you guys have to start saying, listen, I will create segments which are there, which will be, in a way, will collide together, and will create a specific offering. We are toying with a proposal. It's premature because we're not discussed with anyone. Then maybe within BARC itself we start creating segments, which are sizable. For example, one of the thoughts which is very preliminary, should we start looking at cable DTH, free separately? It's a thought, and please don't quote me on this because I've not got any proof, but it's a thought I've been living with. So I'm saying, the point I'm making is to illustrate that we should look at segments for yourself, which will finally start appealing to advertisers. So this is as far as the monetization part is concerned. And my final point, I know it says time is up, so nevertheless, I will make a final point before I go. I think, and it's linked to this whole point of combining TV plus digital and looking at segments, is this point of the TV plus video option allows you a full funnel approach. Let me explain to you what I mean by a full funnel approach. So you have a situation of where TV is used for awareness creation, but you create mechanisms to ensure that middle of the funnel, bottom of the funnel, which you're contacting, and the future is going to be in that how do I generate? So what Google does through search, remember the most powerful content is with you. I can't think of any other content which is more powerful than news. It arouses curiosity, it is topical, you need to know what it is, you'll always be relevant. And therefore, if you decide, instead of looking at giving away your content and putting it on other platforms, start creating your own content, start mining the data, start creating your own CDPs, data centers within, and say, listen, I am creating the funnel from the top, I am getting consumers, I engage them through whatever I serve them. So advertisers are creating their own data centers. They're finding it damn difficult. The car customer, what do I incentivize him to come back? He comes back for purchase 10 years later, 5 years later, 6 years later. In your case, he's coming back daily because he's saying he wants to know what's happening today. So you acquire the customer, you profile the customer, you create cohorts, you create multiple segments, and you go and sell them. And do it inside. Don't be in a temptation. If guys like me, my agency walks up to you and say, do it for you, or someone else, or a large platform, build that capability now. Believe me, that's what is happening internationally. That's what will happen here. Finally, this whole clamor for data in terms of measurement will go away. Yes, it will help in the top of the funnel. But the bottom of the funnel will always come from what you are serving. That's the future. And it may seem very minuscule to you, it may seem very small. But if you start looking at a combination of CPMs and looking at the Holy Grail, that's what it is. So I'll close by saying, although it looks slightly fancy, end of the day, my appeal, which I say everywhere, I will make an appeal again, to the news industry, to the leaders of the news industry and people sitting here, you have to compete. It's a given. But learn the art of collaborating. I know many industry associations which do it well. Our own association. So for those of you who know us, Group M, Madison, us, Publicis, Dentsu, 5-6 of us agencies compete by day. But there's a lot of collaboration we do. I will not spell out what the collaboration is, get me into trouble with Competition Commission and others. But there's a fair degree of collaboration we do. I'm sure the news industry can either compete the way they're competing and perish. You know, there are many, many things. Make small beginnings like CPMs, like TV Plus Digital. They're making small buildings. Stop this business nonsense of we are first. Other than vanity, it's not so fooling. As the agencies are not fooled, clients are not fooled, the consumer is not fooled. That we are number one, we are breaking, you know, it's all same. So, or make up news or whatever, maybe. So my appeal is a larger, it's a great, this is a very powerful industry. It's never going to go away. It will always remain. It will be, you know, it's the holy grail. People dive to be in your shoes because it's served every day. There's a curiosity. We always want to know what's happening. Exploit the opportunity, start small, but the first thing is our industry come together. And whatever help you need from external people, sure, but you have to put together. The leaders in this, and by the way, what I'm saying here publicly, those who know me well, I say it as it comes. Mona probably knows me better than anyone else. I say it as it comes, you know. So what I'm saying here, it's not that I'm saying, you know, you guys must be wondering, why is he giving yarn to us? What was we have to do? We have just come for the meeting. Why didn't you say it to our leaders? You bet I've said it. I say it to all of them. So when they trouble me at 11 o'clock on 11:30, I see the data at 9 o'clock in the morning. I've noticed that to see it earlier. 11 o'clock when the data comes, they all start calling up, this happened, that share has come down, that has come down. As you talking of share, why did you look at different metrics altogether? So thank you very much, Srikanth, for getting me home. I hope some of this resonates with you. If not, that's the way I'm made. Yes.
Thank you so much, Mr. Sinha, for sharing such deep insights from your rich experience. Grateful again for the time that you could take out for the conference and be with us today. Thank you so much. Moving on, ladies and gentlemen, towards the first session of this conference. We are living in the age of explosion of online media. Smartphones have enabled users to consume news literally from anywhere. So against this backdrop is set our first session by Nielsen Media, the power and untapped potential of digital video news. To conduct this, I would like to invite onto the stage Ms. Dolly Jha, Managing Director, Nielsen Media India. Okay, hi, am I audible? Okay, thank you. Okay, so presenting after Shashi, he's already stolen all the thunder and he came with some very strong points, but that's how he's made, okay? So I hope you'll find something useful in my presentation. Just a little qualifier here that what I'm going to be speaking to you today, this is on digital news alone, okay? So that's a topic which I have confined myself to. So start with some, some quick points. So when you ask consumers that what are their current sources of news, a very small data point that we just, we'd gathered. So here, if you see at a stated level, right, a large chunk of consumers say that, digital appears fairly strong here. Now, one thing which is important is that this audience is really online audience, right? We are speaking to online audience here. The second one, so news, we know that in a digital avatar, it can be consumed via various means, right? So if you look at, can I have a hand mic, please? So if you look at here, so news can be consumed via the social networking sites. That's not a surprise. It's consumed via video streaming. We heard that, a lot of news consumption actually happens via YouTube. Then, of course, there are news apps and news websites, right, where news is consumed. Now, what this chart really gives you is that on an average, Indian audiences are spending about 4 hours on a smartphone.
and this is how their share of time on various activities is broken up. And somewhere in each of those activities, you have news sitting in there. So there are various ways in which digital news is consumed. Okay? And therefore, what becomes extremely important is that, everywhere where news is getting consumed should be measured, right? Because only when it is measured via all touch points can then it really be monetized appropriately. So whether you look at news apps, news websites, or the YouTube channels, etc., everywhere it should be measured. Now, just one little caveat here, because we are a measurement company, so we have to be very clear about what we are measuring and what we are not measuring at this point of time, right? So, for example, currently, we are not measuring what is being consumed through aggregators, right? It's not that we don't want to measure. Currently, that capability is not unlocked at this point of time on a digital thing, right? If you look at news consumed through search engines, so when I open my Google page, correct? And when I see, when I'm on my Google search and suddenly there's a news item which appears there, so that's not something which is getting measured here. And then news which is consumed through social media apps, that's not measured. So, but directly websites, apps, YouTube channels, all of that is measured. Okay. So if you just look at what is the reach of Hindi or English news, right? It's not that we do not measure other languages. Of course, we measure other languages. But just for the purpose of this, I thought I'll just cull out some stuff from Hindi and English news. So if you just look at reach of this, and this is monthly reach, which is average across those months, it's about 30%, right? That's what we're really seeing here. Expectedly, if you look at Hindi, it's about double of English. So that's what we are seeing. And if you look at the target group here, we are really talking about 1 lakh plus NCCS ABC. All audiences who are on Android smartphones. So that's the TG that we have. The next one really, if we have to just compare, how does video news stack up versus text news, correct? Because very particular, because as Shashi mentioned that this is future of news, but print is not included by Srikanth here, right? But here, because the focus was on video news, I thought that it would be good to see that how does video news really stack up versus text news, correct? And this I thought was a very interesting phenomena, snippet. So what we found was that if you look at Hindi is really double in case of video. So video is double of text. But if you look at English, right, English text is double of English video, right? So which we felt was an interesting snippet which was coming out of this. Okay. Now this is not a ranking basis views. Right? I know that Shashi spoke about that, you are competing and do not go by ranking alone, but it's good to see a hierarchy, sometimes. So, so if you just look at reach basis audiences, okay, reach is always basis audiences, but I'm saying this is not basis page views or anything, or this is not basis video views, we're actually counting people. So if you just look at the ranking basis audiences, and this is so in this particular target group, if you look at the period of August to October, this is the kind of hierarchy that we got for Hindi video news channels, okay? Let's take a look at it for English. This is the hierarchy which really emerged for English video news channels. This is all fine, but what about monetizing the inventory? Because that really is the moot question, correct? That there is so much inventory which is available, how do we really monetize the inventory? Now, when we talk about monetization, I thought there was one good number to look at, right? That what is the kind of return on investment which digital is garnering, say, vis-a-vis a TV or vis-a-vis, other media. Now, this is a learning that we have, and we created basis all the work on ROI measurement that we've done for FMCG brands, okay? So if you just look at this learning, what we saw was that the ROIs on digital were far stronger. This is all digital. This is not digital news alone, okay? So this is all digital. So ROI and digital were far stronger when we benchmark them with TV. I often hear this question that, digital works for smaller brands, right? Do you hear that question? We hear smaller brand, new launches, digital will work well, right? So we also cut the data by brand sizes. When we cut the data by brand sizes, again, we saw that irrespective of brand size, the kind of ROI which emerged on digital was a fairly strong ROI. So digital ROIs are strong, guys. This is not to say that one medium is less important than the other, right? Because every medium has got a role to play, correct? But having said that, when you're looking at ROIs, this is what is the picture. The second one. This is really an interesting chart, and I absolutely love this chart. So what we did was that we've measured a lot of digital ads, right? And when I say that we've measured digital ads, what do I mean? What I essentially mean is that when your digital ad is appearing on any platform, what is the kind of reach it is garnering? Okay? What is the kind of frequency it is garnering? Okay? So we've done all of that measurement. So we measured about 6,000 digital ads, and we wanted to see that what is the share of, if you just look at share of campaigns, you know, how are various properties really faring? And I think this should be a good indication, correct? And if you just look at our measurement, then we run this measurement across a spectrum of clients, okay? A spectrum of clients. And I know that we do not measure the whole world, right? But I think we measure a fairly good chunk. So if you look at that, just look at the top. 78% of the campaigns are really coming on from video platforms, okay? VOD platforms, correct? If you look at aggregators where you've got MediaMath, Trade Desk, InMobi, etc., all of them sitting in there, they're garnering 23% of share of campaigns, correct? You've got social 19%. In fact, I was a little surprised to see social at 19% because honestly, I was thinking that, you know, social is going to be higher, correct? News, really low there, just a 1% thing, okay? Now, having said this, so while the share of campaigns was lower, right, just a 1% share of campaigns, when we actually saw the impressions, because you can also look at, right, because you can have fewer campaigns, but you can burn a large number of impressions, correct? So if you look at impressions, what we saw was that whatever little campaigns that we measure of news, right, the campaign sizes were fairly big, correct? But the point is that the number of campaigns was far fewer. So if for VOD, on an average, a digital campaign is about 21 million impressions, in case of news, we saw that, you know, the campaign size was about 51 million impressions. Okay? A little bit of scatter plot here, just to show that as you pump in more impressions, there is enough headroom for growth. And this is a message that we give to all advertisers. So we are meeting advertisers all the time, and this is one message that we give, that listen, you've not reached at a level where you're saturating, you know, in terms of, because the question is, how much do I spend on digital? You know, how big should be my campaign, right? So here you can see very clearly that there is ample headroom for growth, okay? Now, our experience very clearly is that, you know, whatever is measured and it is measured robustly, it is measured well, and it is socialized meaningfully to the ecosystem, that is something which really grows. Okay, so what is it that advertisers and planners really look at? And I think, I won't talk about planners because I think this is a very learned audience here, but I'll talk a little bit about advertisers, because if you look at advertisers, you know, when it is, and especially when they're evaluating, right, and the kind of questions which they ask us for digital, so, you know, what is the target group fit with my platform? You know, I've got young audiences, I've got old audiences, I've got this kind of audiences, how good is the target group fit? That's point number one. What is the potential ROI? The ROI question with advertisers is very, very hot, guys. Okay? Any money which they are spending, and I would say that post-COVID, this question has only got accentuated. Okay? The third one, is the environment brand safe? They're really serious about it. Okay? And they're asking this question that, you know, I'm putting it, you're telling me to put my monies on this site. Is this going to be a brand safe environment? Okay. What about bots, non-human traffic? They're very sensitive to that, right? Because they're saying that if you're spending, I want to make sure that my content is really being viewed by a human, okay? And does the platform enable measurement, okay? And I can talk to you about large advertisers, okay, who stopped certain publishers because they were not enabling measurement. And this phenomena went on for a couple of years. So they're dead serious about it. This is my point of view very clearly, and I'm talking about digital news here, right? I believe that the state of measurement, you know, in case of digital news, it really needs to be strengthened, okay? It is not of the order where it should be. And it's not small by any means is what I would say. We've got n number of publishers, we've got some large publishers, we've got fairly evolved publishers, but if you look at the state of measurement, right, I have no qualms in saying that the state of measurement is very, very it's suboptimum. There is lag in reporting. There is a concern on volumes. You talk to A, you talk to B, somebody's challenging volumes, somebody's challenging audiences. Depending on the topics and depending on the themes, you keep on saying number one here and number one there. It doesn't work like that, guys. We need to have consistent measurement, right, where you get an industry view. There's inadequate information on audience profile, and ROI efficacy, nobody's aware of, okay? And the result, therefore, is that we continue to see that the big two are really garnering a chunk of revenues. Some news publishers have taken lead on measurement, okay? So I was really wondering, do I put this chart, do I not put this chart? Then I said, no, Srikanth has given me a forum. Let me put this chart. Because my aim really is that I want this industry to grow, right? I want this industry to monetize their inventory more strongly, correct? And I thought that I should really call out these guys. So these are the guys who have taken some lead in measurement. I'm not saying that everybody is getting measured at all points of time, but here I'm at a stage where I say that, okay, if people have taken some lead in measurement, it is good, right? So these are the guys who've taken some lead in measurement. This is a very simple chart, and there are a number of publishers who call me and who say that, we want to do an ad effectiveness study. I said, what is an ad effectiveness study? Oh, no, there's this campaign appearing. We just want to know that has the brand consideration gone up and has something gone up. I said, you do an ad effectiveness study, but this is not going to be, this will help you for this particular campaign, but this is not something which is going to be taking you far, right? Because if you're not doing a reach measurement, if you're not doing a proper reach measurement, just doing this is not going to be sufficing. Another interesting chart before I close. So this was actually conducted by a publisher, okay? They allowed me to use this chart with permission, right? So the question here was that, which of the news sources do you trust most for news, right? It is a ranking question. Which of the news sources do you trust most for news? And I really like this chart, right? So I'll not comment on print. It's right up there, and there are no surprises there, right? But if you look at where is our digital video news, which is the third bar from my left, right? If you look at there, it is a 20%. So, right, 1 in 5 are saying that, for me, this is the number one source. It's not bad. You just look at news on social media out there. You look at news on aggregators there, correct? And I would say that, news channels on television by 22%. So this is faring actually quite strongly, guys. Okay. I come to my last chart. So what narrative should the digital video news be driving, right? Very clearly. I would say that we should reinforce our positives in an unabashed manner, correct? So I'm not a media planner, and Shashi's covered it very, very well as an industry leader in terms of CPMs and all of that, right? But in terms of when we are pitching to an advertiser, what is the narrative that we should be driving? We are a fast-growing reach medium, right? We have some great audience which is coming on our platform. I think the quality of audiences which come on news platform is an evolved audience. We do have a good ability to offer contextual targeting, right? There's less fragmentation. If you just look at average number of news apps or average number of news channels, which is being consumed on digital video news, it's not a clutter like 5 or 6 there, right? It is about 2. So it's a good place to be in. It's a strong micro-targeting power. It enables innovative formats, and it's attractive inventory pricing. Yeah, I mean, of course, inventory pricing should be better, but at this point of time, I would say from an advertiser's standpoint, it's an attractive inventory pricing. So pump money here on the news platform. And the most important thing that I would say is that it has to be enabled through the right measurement, where an advertiser should be able to get the view of the entire industry. Thank you very much, Srikanth, for hosting this conference. Really appreciate it. Thanks, everybody. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Ms. Dolly Jha, for that detailed presentation and helping us understand it better. As the team sets up the stage for the very first panel discussion of the conference, I would like to also mention here that in the evening we have the very special The Future of News Awards. So please make sure that you stay back for that, because this evening is going to be all about acknowledging and celebrating the most outstanding of initiatives in television, news, as well as in online video. And also you will have to register afresh at the registration desk for the awards. The badges will be different from the ones that you're wearing right now. So please make sure that the break that you get after the conference, you re-register yourself to be able to come back into the hall and attend the awards ceremony. As we set this stage, just a few announcements here. Moving on, we'll be having the first panel discussion here, which is about breaking news, asset or limitation. Now, being the first is a center article of faith in the news, but as consumers evolve, the question is, what is best from the business point of view? Is it the speed or the analysis? To take this forward, we will very shortly invite our panelists for the very first panel discussion. Are we good to go? Are we good to go? All right. So we see that the stage is set for the very first panel discussion. Without losing time, let me quickly invite onto stage for the panel discussion, Breaking News, Asset or Limitation, Mr. Anup Vishwanathan, Executive Vice President, Network Brand Strategy, Times Network. Let's welcome him with a round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome, Mr. Anup. Thank you so much for joining us for the conference. Our second panelist for this discussion is Mr. Manoj Jagyasi, Chief Business Officer and Strategic Advisor to the board, Bharat 24. Thank you, Mr. Manoj, for joining us. And the third panelist on the panel is Mr. Sudipto Chaudhary, Chief Revenue Officer, India TV. Thank you, Mr. Chaudhary, for making time and joining us for the panel. And to take this session forward, it is to be moderated by Ms. Venkata Susmita Biswas, Executive Editor, AFAX. Let's welcome them all with a round of applause. Over to you, Ms. Venkata.
Audible? Great. That happens often. I am Susmita. Hello, welcome. Thank you all for joining us. And breaking news, I mean, as a reporter, journalist myself, I can tell you that speed is the game for news. There is very little else in the world that comes close to the adrenaline rush that you get with breaking news first. And of course, being right is non-negotiable. Here we are, of course, as mediums evolved, speed and breaking news first has become central to at least television and online more so. Right, and so that brings us to today's discussion, and where we are not only going to discuss how this matters to viewers who, of course, want their news first from a channel of their preference, and also the right news first, but how it matters to the business of journalism and the business of news channels. So I would like to begin maybe by asking our audience here, given that everybody is from the business of news, if you can use the technology that Shrikant explained to all of you earlier today. That's right. Can you tell me what is your sense of what drives the new business of news? Is breaking news the one that really gives an edge to news channels? Is that what's primary? So red if it's no, and green if, okay, so I see some greens. Everybody, it's really simple technology, guys. Great, so I'm seeing a lot of green here. Oh, somebody's confused. So red, green, okay. Great. So I think there is an overwhelming majority of green, and that does set the tone for our discussion here. I would like to start with each of you. Anup, I'll start with you. If you can tell me what breaking news means to both a news channel and the consumer, how that drives their allegiances to news channels, and eventually that trickles down to business as well.
See, fundamentally, breaking news is important, especially in the English segment, okay? Because you're talking to an influential India, and therefore there is a certain amount of value that people seek in terms of knowing things faster, okay? The breaking news quotient, when it comes to a different audience segment, when it is the Hindi news, for example, or regional news, it is not so much about valuableness, it's about wanting to know things of mass interest, and as quickly as possible. So, it could be news of a new CM, it could be the news of death, it could be the news of whatever, So those are things that is of bigger significance for an audience. So depending on audience, breaking news becomes relevant and important in a very different way, So that's the way we look at breaking news. So I think all the cards are right. Green is right, and so is red. It just depends on who is at the receiving end of this information.
Mr. Manoj Jagyasi, if you can tell me, being a young channel and entering the space right now, how are you viewing the kind of content that you might design for the channel and the audiences that you serve?
Okay, well, let me just begin by saying thanks to Shrikant for bringing all of us together, because what we are discussing today is the future of news, which obviously Shashi was also saying is bright. So all of us believe the same, that the future of news is very bright. So look, now when it comes to breaking news, let me just pull you back to 1980s era, when we used to have Salma Sultan or Shami Narang used to come and read the news for that particular 1 hour, and cut to now 24 hours of news battle which is going on. So here, for a breaking news perspective, when we are a pretty new channel, pretty young channel, how we are looking at breaking news is completely differently. Because since we are not now at this point of time chasing those rating points, obviously eventually we will have to, because if you want to win the business, you need those rating points also. But in BARC 24, how are we looking at that? For the viewers, that every news which you put up across on a screen cannot be a breaking news. So we have segmented the news between two parameters. One is, if it is a big news, we call it as a breaking news. If it is not so much of a big news, we call it as a nayi khabar. So that viewer can also differentiate on the content which is going on. And second, in a day, we break about 1,000 to 1,200 stories on our channel, because 30% of the space has been occupied by the breaking news band which we have. so that, the viewers who are watching in MP and UP and across country, because on the screen time, you have 70% of the screen where you can show audio visual, but the 30% of the band that we use it very smartly. Out of which 200 stories which is pretty exclusive to us, because the network that we have created, we have about 4,000 people on ground reporting for Bharat 24 on a day in day out basis, which obviously what Shashi was just talking about sameness. I think that's the question we've been asked, all of us, when we go out in the market to speak to our advertisers, that 80% of the time the news on the across channels are same. How do you differentiate? Okay. The simple method that I always tell them, that more foods that you have it on ground, you get the news very, very fast and accurate. So for speed with accuracy is very, very important also, which is one of the topics that you want to discuss. So yes, we are looking at very, very differently the breaking news on our channel at least.
Your thoughts?
Thank you, Mr. Shrikant. Thank you, Sushmita, and thank you, Nikhil, for having us here. See, breaking news fundamentally has to be a real big news, as he rightly said, and I agree with him. You have to see the magnitude of the news, okay? And being a national channel or a regional channel, again, the breaking news has to be according to that. If you're a national channel, when you're breaking a news, it has to be of that magnitude. Say, for example, if there is a traffic jam in Bombay, which is going to delay the people's coming back home from office by a couple of hours, then it's a very big news for Bombay, but it can be a news flash on a news channel. But if there is an earthquake which is coming to India, which has got severe impact across different parts of the country, then that's a real breaking news. We have kind of, the difference between breaking news, news flash, regular news have kind of become blurred because we want to create some, there are a lot of channels which want to create some sensation and stuff like that. You have to be very responsible. आप क्या break कर रहे हो और उसका impact क्या होगा viewers पे? Because as a channel, say for example, India TV has been in the market since 2004. We are an 18-year-old channel and we are extremely stable, consistent. So आपका एक responsibility है. आपके बातों पे viewers believe करता है. You have trust. And as I always tell my team also, trust is, there's no percentage of trust. Either it is 0 or it is 100. I cannot trust you 73.99%, correct? So the fact is that your viewers believe what you are saying. And if they believe what you are saying, then it's your responsibility to say things and the magnitude, considering the magnitude, as something basis which they can take a call. Speed, extremely important. But accuracy is also very important, and it depends. I'm a little surprised that majority of the people feel that breaking news is very important. If you talk about business aspect, which I'll discuss again later, from business aspect, not at all. There are so many colleagues of mine whom I worked with, whom I'm working with right now. Even I know Manoj for quite some time. Let us ask our heart, if we break 30% more breaking news, are our advertisers going to pay us 10% more? No way. So let's be clear about what we are doing. We need to respect our channel. We need to respect the people that we are talking to. It's about the audience. Entire media plan is not about media. It's about the audience that you are addressing. And to address that audience, they need to have trust on you. That's how ratings will come. If you're on the right track, ratings will follow. That's not a big deal.
Absolutely. We'll come back to discussing some of those points that you just raised. Anup, something you said about the English news consumers wanting that speed and breaking news. Is that because the English news audience is possibly also getting the news first from social media? Is because maybe platforms like Twitter are becoming the first destination where people are getting their news, and therefore news channels are having to compete with the digital medium, maybe their own digital verticals as well, and that brings in some sort of business conflict, and therefore breaking news is taking up a lot of time on news channels?
News channels are essentially competing with the event itself. Forget about Twitter or anything else. So the question is, if it is relevant to the audience that you are talking to, then of course you need to bring it to them as quickly as possible. What is the edge that a news channel gives you is a credibility quotient of that news, So we have stopped using terms like speed, fast, whatever. For us, it's about more news per minute, you know. It comes with a certain kind of precision and it is delivered in a particular manner. You know, see, news is news, okay? People come to consume it on the basis of a certain kind of tonality differentiation on our channels. Okay, so for example, we have Times Now, Now Bharat, we have MRN, which is Mirror Now, and ET Now. So I keep telling people we want to introduce you to Rohit Shetty, Raju Hirani, and Karan Johar. Okay, because anytime you come to watch, news is news. Okay, in what tonality do you give it? So if you look at Times Now and Now Bharat, it's like a Rohit Shetty movie. Okay, at any given point of time there is action. It's loud. It's loud because we are unabashedly loud, because India is loud, our markets are loud, sometimes, you know, Bollywood is loud, sometimes unfortunately even our homes are loud, you know. So news comes to you in a way which is in that tone, you know. In Mirror Now we give you news which is like watching a Raju Hirani film, okay. It will be interesting, very engaging, the kind of changes that people want to see, etc. With ET Now, it's like a Karan Johar movie, you know. The balcony audience fills up first and then the rest of the audience comes in, and people want only one thing: I need to be richer at 4 o'clock than I was at 10 o'clock in the morning. Okay, so this broadly, because it's about stock markets. Okay, so there is a very clear view of what each of these audience segments value, you know. And when you say breaking news, you need to be very clear on which of these platforms you want to give news which is relevant to them, you know, that they can use and that they can profit by, you know, if it is a business channel or if it is a news channel, they can take decisions in a more relevant manner, you know. So these are the audience segments that we have, and we cater to them in that particular way. So you're right, speed, you need to add a certain amount of precision, you need to add certain amount of credibility. So these are things that we keep adding to our news capsules. So so we have stopped using some of these terminologies because of evolving consumer tastes and requirements from us. So that's the thing.
Thank you. Manoj, you mentioned, and rightly Mr. Shashi Sinha also said, you know, there is sameness. News is also that kind of business where everybody's talking about the same thing. Whatever made news during the day is what's being discussed, say, at prime time, and whatever is breaking then is the breaking news at that minute. So differentiation becomes a core issue. And like Anoop just said, I think within the Times News Network, the three of them have been differentiated as Rohit Shetty, Karan Johar, and Raju Hirani. So with your perspective, I would like to bring in here, because you're also in a very cluttered environment where there are a lot of news channels and everybody is giving the same news. So how do you then differentiate yourself in this market? Would you say that analysis, going on ground, like you also mentioned, investing behind resources, putting them on the ground, getting news from the trenches, so to say, is where the differentiator is?
I think, you need to look at news from a different angle altogether. When we talk about credibility, everywhere you go, every advertiser, viewers, there are two things which is going on right now. One is credibility. Another is the issue of fake news, which is surrounding us, haunting us day and out. So how do you kind of put across the credibility? And the second point was, Shashi was also mentioning the sameness. Let me just break up into 3 points here. In order to, address the issue of sameness, what we have tried, and we've done it successfully, is that, 80% of the time, like I said, the news is same across all channels. How really differentiate the kind of anchors who are reading the news? If the viewer are pretty much familiar with the anchor, there are high chances they'll stick around, and probably they'll look at how this particular anchor is analyzing that particular story. So that's how you need to kind of address the issue of sameness. And second, how do you address credibility issue? Credibility is something is very, very dear to all the CXO sitting here or probably in the boardroom, that how do you address this credibility issue? because that also brings a lot of faith from advertisers also, that this particular news channel has credible news sources also. So how do we do it? So for example, every news broadcaster has their input, output, XYZ departments. So we have created a different department altogether, which not many broadcasters have been doing it right now. For example, we have a 20 people sitting in a something called control room with at least 30 phone lines, for 30 hotlines, where if reporter gets about particular news, he has to call up that hotline first, and the guys who are sitting in control room, they have to verify if we are taking this news on air or not. So that's how you kind of attack the issue of credibility also. And third, let me also just, without taking the name of the broadcaster, there was this Ukraine story which was there from last 6 months, what Shashi was also mentioning, okay? And there was this story of Sushant Singh Rajput, what happened in last 1 year. So few of the broadcaster was not aware, when to drop that particular story. You cannot stretch one particular story for 6, 7, 8 months, okay? So there is a viewer fatigue comes in. And this is also connected with your boardroom. If you do not have experienced people sitting in your boardroom or newsroom, the same story will continue for long, because in their mind, they are thinking that this is giving them ratings. So this is all connected with the right kind of people that you are deploying in your newsrooms also.
Thank you. And Sudeep, I want to go back to one of the points you just mentioned, and bringing in what Manoj also just said about how maybe breaking news, credibility of news, each of these, how does it matter to the advertiser? You made a very bold statement just now. You said it really doesn't matter. Why does it not matter to the advertiser? That's one thing I want you to maybe start with, and then we can.
I'll handle it in two parts, because we are in Future of News event. So I will take that route first and then come to your point that what are those. I mean, generally I'm known for bold statements which are very close to being suicidal, but then it's okay. So I'll start off with the Future of News kind of angle, because that's what we are here for. See, in a country like ours, where you have 1.4 billion population, there are about 22 languages, 720 dialects, 7 religion, 210 million TV households, 800 plus, youth, 88% of youth population, okay? 800 million plus youth population. So those kind of things, it's a huge country, it's a very diverse country. Every 100 kilometers, your language changes. Your food habit changes. So news is extremely important, as Mr. Shashi Sinha said, that you have to know it daily. And news will be very relevant for next many years in different forms. When I say news, I'm talking about online, television, newspaper, everything. Okay, news is going to remain there. And as far as future of news is concerned, it is bright, it's beautiful. Is very nice. And we need to believe that as broadcasters. If we don't believe it, nobody else will believe us. 1. 2 is that when it comes to the credibility factor, as he was saying, what is credibility is that when you say and do the same thing over and over again, and the people watching you see that. However, the overall quality of viewers or the quality of the news viewing or overall content viewing has deteriorated a bit. Okay, सत्यमेव जयते को उतना number नहीं मिलता है जितना नागिन को मिलता है. So it's a fact of life. I mean, if we get into the data, it will be proven. So the fact is that we have to consider that aspect as well. So because end of the day, एक basic number, everybody needs a basic number because you have to go out to the market and sell to an extent. Number is not very important, but it's to an extent it is important because it's an indicator. Now coming to what you said that, the advertisers angle. First of all, when it comes to breaking news, we need to, as I said, that the quality of the magnitude of the news or the news that I am flashing is very important. Brahmastra as a movie has crossed a certain business figure. Good, important news. But ये news अगर मैं 10:30 बजे की जगह 11:30 सुनूंगा, क्या हो जाएगा? कुछ नहीं, nothing. Correct? But शाम को 5 बजे अर्थक्वेक आ रहा है, ये अगर मैं 2 मिनट भी डिले करूंगा उसमें बहुत बड़ा प्रॉब्लम हो सकता है. सो वी नीड टू, दैट इज वन वेरी important aspect as far as the news aspect is concerned. However, that's an editorial part and I do not qualify to comment on that fundamentally. So I'll comment on the business part, is that nobody is bothered whether you are breaking 123 breaking news or 256 breaking news. Your advertiser is bothered about few things which are very critical, and we rarely talk about those things. One is that your consistency as a channel and content delivery platform. Are you consistent? जब मैं आपको कैंपेन दे रहा हूं तब आप नंबर 1 पे हो, जब मेरा कैंपेन खत्म हो रहा है आप नंबर 5 पे हो, तो मेरा पोस्टेबल की तो ऐसी तैसी हो गई. 1. 2 is that whether you are executing my spots in the right way, because I as a marketer would like to see my brand in a particular environment. ठीक है, एक BMW ad के बाद आप अगर कुछ अजीब सा एक ad चलाओगे, so that is something which a BMW marketer will, I mean marketing head will never like. We never talk about that. Whether the spots are being equally placed or not. These are the things on basis which the look and feel of the channel. If the look and feel of the channel is soothing, like in case of India TV, if you see the color combination and the way the screen is kept clutter free, it's soothing to look at. Maybe that is one of the reasons that we have highest time spent over years. So I'm saying there are little things which need to be addressed, which need to be told to the client. When it comes to content differentiation, fundamentally news will never be content differentiation will not be noticed in news per se, because if there is a bridge which has fallen down, most of the channels or platforms will show a bridge has fallen down. But on the overall, you need to have there are content differentiation programs which you need to have. Okay, so there are recorded programs, there can be live programs which are going to be very different, which are going to be completely clutter breaker. So you need to have the right mix. Okay, so that is very important. It is not about breaking news. It is an asset. Breaking news definitely is an asset. But then again, every coin has got two sides. Okay, how you use it is very important. AK-47 was invented by somebody, but he definitely did not invent it for the terrorists to use it, right? So, galat use hoga to galat hoga.
Absolutely. Anup, if I can bring you in, in your conversations with marketers and what you learn from audiences as well, is it that the pressure on the business pressure is kind of also driving news channels to kind of lure audiences in some way, get them to, say, oh, we have breaking news coming in. And then, the person is waiting, and then maybe, it's maybe like you said, a small inanity that is breaking news. Is breaking news becoming a little hook to get the attention of the viewer? Because it's also that there are so many channels, people flit between channels and then settle on something. They spend very little time maybe watching a single channel, and this is that hook to get people to linger around for a little longer, and then finally viewership obviously goes up and therefore advertisers come in.
See, there are various ways of hooking people. Okay, now a lot of people keep talking about why is so much of war being shown. Okay, what is the hook for war? Okay, now people are consuming war for three reasons. One is it's an event that brings you closest to death. Okay, the second reason that they are watching war is because when you say disturbing images, okay, people really want to see those disturbing images. Okay. And the third, honestly, at a mass level, the biggest reason is Russia and Ukraine have some of the most beautiful people on this planet. Okay, so a lot of people are concerned to know how many of them will survive and how many of them will die. Okay, so that's the honest truth as to why people are watching news. Okay, there are also people who would watch news because they would want to know whether if there is a bombing happening in Russia, will it affect the oil supply to India? So you have different audience interest, and as a news broadcaster, you address every aspect of interest to people. Okay, that is also relevant, without forming too much of value judgments on why people would want to watch this kind of news. Okay, you need to cater to everyone, and some of these things which are coming out will have a certain, like what Sudipto said, there will be a certain amount of importance quotient, like the earthquake example he gave, to a certain segment of people, So the thing is, you tend to use that as another way of hook. But breaking news alone is not a hook. You need to look at, what really makes for viewership of a particular form of content and use all of them as hooks. That's the way you need to look at news.
Got it. And Manoj, if I can bring you in also, we have about 4.5 minutes left. If you can also wrap up your thoughts about, to the advertiser, how much does the content that goes on to a news channel, how much does it matter from in the sense of, will I advertise on this news channel or not? How does that play a role? What role does that play?
So very interesting, let me just also give you a small numbers to it. For example, we are now 100 days old channel, and we got 100 brands running on the channel, despite the fact that the ratings are not out. You know why? Because your advertisers are themselves are viewers of your channel. So most of the buying happens, obviously rating does play their important role, with their gut feeling also. Okay, they have their liking or disliking towards particular channel. Okay. And the content they want to consume. For example, we spoke to about 300 people before we launch our channel Bharat 24. So this was one of the questions that we asked about breaking news. And from there only we came out of this new terminology called Nahi Khabar. Because most of them said that every news that we see it on the news channels are breaking news. For example, एक आदमी वहाँ से एयरपोर्ट से चला है दिल्ली से बॉम्बे जाने के लिए कोई पॉलिटिशियन, so that cannot be a breaking news on any national platform. So if you want to put it, devise new terminology. Maybe you call it as a news flash, you are nahi khabar, or whatever you want to call it. Because all of us need to understand, whenever we go out for our pitches, at least 70% of the time you speak to your advertiser about the current happenings around the news channels. They are least bothered about that, what effective rate you are selling at or not. They are more and more interested to know that what is happening in the current scenario, because which also indicate, they are not talking too much about what's happening in Nagin's episode today. Aaj Big Boss mein kya hua? They will ask you about, अच्छा RBI की policy है कि इसमें क्या लग रहा है? What is going to happen in budget? So you need to understand your advertiser is also a viewer of your channel. So whatever we are also devising our content strategy is also around the same.
And Sudipto, any closing remarks that you have? Not a liability from your point of view, I guess.
Yeah, definitely not a liability. It's an asset for sure. But then again, as I was telling right in the beginning, that there's a lot of responsibility. We have documented evidence in the past, in 2008, I guess, when the Taj attack happened. Most of the channels were breaking news. And the other side of the coin was that people were getting information from there to attack as per those news. We need to be responsible. One. Two, when it comes to advertisers, they have no right, and I repeat myself, they have no right to talk about our content. Whatever is the content, doesn't matter. If I make the content hypothetically, say 30% better, as per his liking, is he going to give me 10-15% more pricing? No. Then they will bring in CPRP, then they will bring in, overall GRP reducing for the news genre and all these things. So if you cannot, the way I do not have a choice to tell any of the brands कि आप अपना raw material कहाँ से लोगे, I don't have a choice there. I can't make a comment out there. Similarly, an advertiser, they can talk about the deliveries that they get. They can talk about the execution of their spots. They can talk about a good post-eval vis-a-vis a pre-eval, so that बहुत ज़्यादा difference ना हो. Point taken. Proper time spent, proper reach. Complete. Agree. But content, not at all, no way. Okay, and we should not. We should not even allow them. And this is a request to all the colleagues sitting out here. We keep listening to all these things and we come back and we discuss about, stop discussing those things. Just go and tell those people कि boss, मैं 15% अच्छा करता हूँ, आप मुझे 20% ऊपर rate दोगे क्या? Listen to their answers and you will be convinced yourself. So no way they can talk about it. Overall, we need to respect ourselves. We need to believe in ourselves. Go ahead and sell honestly. We'll make money.
Anup, you agree with Sudipto?
Totally agree with him on that. We don't go and tell them, listen, change the formulation of your product. You know, we are not into those kind of things. See, there is a certain honesty with which I think broadcasters look at their audiences and viewers, and there is a certain amount of belief, you know, in terms of serving news in a way that is true and that is also aggregating a lot of viewer interest. You know, I think everyone is free to have their own opinions, but I don't think we have to be guided by those opinions. That's the view I have.
Time's up, but I have one question for the audience. All of you, I guess, from the news broadcasting fraternity. When you go approach marketers, how many of them speak to you about the content that your channel serves up? Green for yes and red for no? Green is yes, that people speak to you about the content on your channels? Burgundy as yes. So, okay, I see a lot of greens. Okay, that's an overwhelming majority. So, marketers are concerned about the content on news channels, but the broadcasters definitely don't want them to question any of that. So, I think that's a great point to end on. I think the business interest stays, and that's the future of news. Thank you, everybody.
One small thing before we call it quits, because you know, one thing Mr. Shashi Sinha said very importantly, which I don't know how many of us noticed, is that when it comes to news channels, especially I'm mostly talking about Hindi news as a category, Hindi national news channels. Trust me, data will show that the kind of reach which the GEC as a genre can build up in, say, 2 weeks, max 3 weeks. The same reach can be built up by news in a period of over 8 to 9 weeks. Okay? So if it is a launch campaign of a particular product or service, it's very important that you spend a lot on GEC, because you need to quickly have that reach. But if those are sustenance campaigns and stuff like that, so the same reach will be achieved by a combination of news channels over a period of 8 to 9 weeks at 1/4 or 1/5 the cost. So news channels are extremely lucrative if you understand the business. If you don't, and if you just go and the discussion hovers around the rate and, you know, agency incentive diya to mujhe kya milega type, it's not heading anywhere. Thank you so much.
All the panelists, thank you, Venkata. We would like to request you to please present them with a small token of thanks from our side. Venkata, could you please present the panelists with it? That was Breaking News, Asset or Limitation, our first panel discussion for the conference. Thank you, Mr. Anup Vishwanathan, Mr. Manoj Jagyasi, and Mr. Sudipta Chaudhary for that insightful discussion. And thank you, Ms. Venkata, for conducting it so well. Thank you. Moving on, ladies and gentlemen, to our next panel discussion, which is the challenge of monetization. Now, consumption of news is exploding in the country. Mobile and inexpensive connectivity is adding a wherever, whenever element to news consumption, on the top of already well-established news broadcasting system. The question is that what are the best ways to monetize the combination of broadcasting and online? That is going to be the thrust of this session, which will be moderated by co-founder and CEO of AFAX, Mr. Shrikant Khandekar. We're going to set this stage and then invite all the panelists onto this stage. That's it. Great. Thank you. To take the panel forward, I would like to quickly invite onto the stage the panelists for this discussion, starting with Mr. Gaurav Arora, Chief Revenue Officer, Jagran New Media. Thank you, Mr. Gaurav, for joining us this afternoon. Ms. Mona Jain, Chief Revenue Officer, ABP Network. Thank you, Ms. Mona, for joining us. Mr. Raktim Das, Chief Growth Officer, Digital and Broadcasting, TV9 Network. Glad to have you with us, Mr. Das, this afternoon. And the fourth panelist for the discussion is Mr. Siddharth Nevatia, National Revenue Head, Hindi News Cluster, News 18 India. A very warm welcome to you, Mr. Siddharth. And to moderate this session, let's invite onto stage Mr. Shrikant Khandekar, co-founder and CEO, AFAX. Over to you, Mr. Shrikant.
Okay, so here's a question for the audience. Do you think the news consumer online is the same as the one on linear TV? If you think yes, he or she is the same, show me green. If you think they are substantially different, show me red. So is the viewer online the same as the one on linear TV? If it is yes, they are the same, please show me green. Can I see greens for the people who think that the audience is similar? Several. And red, please. They are not similar. You're showing me green. I don't know. It looks equal. Red is slightly higher. I think in the back you can't see the red actually. That's also the thing. Okay. So we'll get started with this. You know, the challenge of monetization has come more into focus because of online. But it isn't as if linear TV had a great time with regard to monetization. It somehow seems as if linear TV was great, but now we are having this. So Mona, let me ask you this, okay? How much has the issue of monetization changed in the last 3 to 5 years as far as linear TV goes? Let's look at linear TV for a moment before we move to online.
Okay, can you hear me? Yeah.
Yeah, you have to hold it a little closer, I think.
Probably I'll go back a little 5 to 6 years behind this, you know, because maybe more, because
could you hold it a little closer?
Okay, okay. Maybe, you know, I had the opportunity of working on the other side, you know, where people are also evaluating, you know, and talking to the broadcasters for buying news and kind of establishing, you know, whatever parameters of, you know, selection and efficiencies and so on and so forth. I think it's really changed over a period of 5 to 6 years, or maybe more. Initially, I think news was seen as a very specific a category, you know, which was reaching out to audiences who were not being reached out by many genre. So they were actually kind of getting very exclusive audiences, adding on to the base, you know, mass channel reach. And therefore, because of that, you know, there was a bit of a preeminence. Well, people were looking at the numbers. So there was these two aspects, numbers, but qualitative parameters also played a very big role when selection of news was really happening. And I think because of that, a lot of news channels did get, you know, despite the fact they probably were not ranking number 1 or number 2, but yet were able to command a good pricing, primarily because of the quality of content they were kind of, you know, delivering and putting onto the viewers. And I think therefore the qualitative aspect really was a prominent factor of selection. direction. And basis that, the pricing and the way, the channels, for instance, or the genre was kind of, really bought and selected. I think in the last few years, and unfortunately since I have kind of come on board on this side, it's really become a commodity buying, seriously, I think I have to kind of say that, and probably I can categorize, if I may so, categories also, especially the corporate businesses, where you have this coming in of huge procurement, who looks at everything, at one lens, doesn't look at things, from a content point of view, what is it's delivering to the audiences, so that everything is like on the same page, and therefore accordingly, we get evaluated as a genre. Having said that, I would say that certain categories, which probably in the retail or the, or maybe the government also probably look at us very differently because they really understand the value that the genre really brings in and the news channels are bringing in. Therefore, the pricing is a little differentiated. Okay. So I would say things have really changed over a period of a few years.
Raktim, Siddharth, would you broadly agree with her assessment of how things have changed in the last 3 or 5 years?
Can you hear me?
Yeah, you have to hold it closer, I think.
Yes and no. First of all, the first thing is that yes, if you look at both the businesses, the broadcast side of the business and the digital side of the business, two things which really comes up is that first thing is the fundamental question. So what business are we in? We are essentially in the business, if content is obviously a way of achieving the end result, which is the audience acquisition part. So if you look at from a business perspective, we are in the business of selling audiences. Now, audience is something which gives us the bread and butter in terms of revenue. Now, from a broadcast perspective, if you look at it, the audience that we deliver is something which varies from genre to genre. And when I say genre to genre, it is essentially in terms of the language and the regions that we cater to. Moment you bring in the digital aspect of the business, over there you have got a lot of tools which you could essentially use to try and segregate the kind of users that you want to target and accordingly curate content for those audience groups. So that is where I feel, to answer your question, whether the viewer is the same or viewer is not the same, I feel digital gives you that competitive advantage in terms of the ability to identify what kind of audience you want to target and accordingly design your content strategy. Yeah. So with this respect, I want to bring forth one particular aspect, this entire phenomenon of Industry 4.0. Now, we have been reading about this entire concept of Industry 4.0, and if you look at the entire manufacturing industry, organizations have adopted this entire concept. Futuristic organizations have adopted this concept of Industry 4.0. Now, whether we accept it or not, but surely, and it may be slowly, but then it's surely making inroads even into the broadcast and the news side of the business. So when I say Industry 4.0, it's essentially 5 pillars. One is in terms of automation, second is in terms of big data, third is in terms of cloud computing, fourth is in terms of your IoT, and fifth is in terms of data management. Now, this is a scientific way of doing the business in which you try and identify various cohorts, and this gives us the ability to actually create various content for various audience group. And hence I feel, to come back to your original question, whether there is a difference in the viewer, yes, I feel while the core viewer may be the same, but if you look at the digital side of the business, technology and digital transformation, which is slowly making inroads into the newsroom, is enabling us to create different audience group, and hence I feel maybe about 40% of the audience is the same.
Okay. But actually, I was asking the audience that question, and just now we were trying to figure out whether monetization of linear TV has become harder, or is it harder than it was? What do you think?
Actually, if you look at it, I think so, yeah. So if you look at it, this year has been an anomaly in terms of the fact that because of the Ukraine-Russia war, the ADX has gone down considerably, wherein advertisers are facing pressures more so from the bottom line perspective, and hence their discretionary spending has gone down. And whenever there is pressure on bottom line,
but that is this year, right?
Yeah, but I'm just coming back. So if you look at the past 3 years horizon, and specifically from a news genre perspective, I think COVID had given the news genre a big boost.
Right.
in terms of the fact that it made into the plans of clients and advertiser categories where it had no role before.
Correct.
And predominantly FMCGs, and to a certain extent services as well. So with that in mind, this year has been an off year for us, for that.
But you're saying that categories which had not considered news in the past had come, that was like a bonus and they've gone back to the...
They've not gone back. Actually, now news is featured in most of the plans because of what has happened over the past 3 years. The entire kitty has shrunk. So if an advertiser was spending, for example, ₹100, now because of the pressure on their bottom lines, they are spending, let's say, a 70.
On news?
No,
General.
overall advertising. The advertising pie has shrunk.
Yeah, but please correct me if I'm wrong, but at least the other reports say, agency reports say that advertising growth is expected. I mean, nobody's talking about shrinking.
I think Mona will be able to answer that question.
Srikanth, can I just add on one thing to the question that you really asked and raised earlier was, that I think, again, I'll go back to a few years ago, and I think that was really the good era of news, where it was respected, for what really brought the table for the advertisers and for the campaigns, and the kind of association was able to kind of lend to the campaigns, was. But I think there is, because of so much fragmentation and because of, so much more media platforms coming in, and also because probably the share of, news at this point in time over the entire pie of the television viewership is much smaller. Therefore, the kind of due diligence or the concentration or focus given by the planners who really are our stakeholders, like Sudipto said, that he's very blunt and he's very kind of open, same as here. So I would say without any qualms, and probably I belong to that, was there some point in time in my life, but I believe they don't put that kind of focus to really understand, what needs to be kind of, how they need to kind of really buy it or how they need to use it for their advertisers. And because of that due diligence not coming in and their recommendations not going in a very fair way to the marketers, we are losing out, in a very big way.
Yeah, okay. I'd like to come to you, Gaurav, because he has a different perspective. Okay. You don't have a mic there, it's okay?
I think there are two on that table, so it's okay. Yeah.
All right. Okay, so you have a different perspective because you're into online video.
Correct.
Right? So what's your response to the conversation you just heard and the way in which advertisers look at online video?
Yeah.
Have you seen that change? Because I want to come next to monetization of online, of course, I mean, that's...
So there is a sea change, Srikanth. I mean, to tell you about how the online advertising is picked up, I don't think there's any more data that is needed. All the industry
But the bulk of the money goes to Google and Facebook. I mean,
yes, it does. But in between whatever's left and also between Google and Facebook, 30% of the total money is video money, right? Okay. So in terms of video consumption, if you're asking, has it evolved? Has the buying changed? Has it changed for good? It's a very mixed answer. I mean, clearly the consumption sky high. There is far too much of supply than there is demand, Right. So there is a big challenge, and in between that, there are platforms like YouTube and the OTTs now who are picking up a lot of that, So there is a lot of, supply that is coming from there. So in between that, the advertiser has been very, very ROI specific. Sure. So earlier it used to be just the brand piece and used to come in terms of, the reach and how well has the campaign performed. Now it is even more in terms of what is the last mile achieved, what are the conversions that have happened, what kind of, whatever end goal was set while the campaign had happened, yes.
So now I'm throwing it open. I mean, anybody could please pick up and answer. Is the challenge to monetization online any different from the challenge to monetization in linear TV, or is it the same? Is it the same thing? Anyone can answer now. I'm not asking anybody specifically.
Can I?
You want to?
Okay.
Yeah, please.
Only the metrics change. I think
closer.
For the larger part of the business, it remains the same. While GEC might sell on a CPRP, news channel might sell on an AR, and a digital world will sell on a CPM or a CPCV or CPT. So I think the matrix change. I think the fundamentals of the business remain the same. And it's true for not just TV versus digital, it's true for radio versus TV versus digital versus print. Okay. While print sells on square centimeters, radio cells on frequency.
Right.
So the matrix change, the fundamentals don't. That's my opinion.
Okay, Raktim?
My sense is that if you look at digital and
hold it closer.
if you look at digital and broadcast, so broadcast, I feel from a selling perspective, we are still selling to various advertisers from a brand perspective. So someone who advertises on a TV channel is looking at, from a frequency perspective, is looking at building reach. And if you compare that with, say, GEC, they get into the CPRP route. And if you look at digital, which is where the difference comes in. So because everything is so addressable, everything is so measurable, so every campaign that is being bought on a digital platform, you need to deliver a X amount of impressions, you need to deliver a X amount of video views. So it is very, very accountable. So from that perspective, if you look at it, you get into the larger war, which is the direct sales as well as the programmatic sales. So you will have partners who will feed in various digital platforms programmatically, and that CPM would be far, far lower than the CPM that a direct sales team will take to the market.
How much different would it be?
So it's quite, if I look at it from our perspective, it depends again, what is the audience that you are selling. But if you look at the audience as a generic audience, it is to the range of almost, in our case, it is to the range of almost, say, 6x. So if
Seriously?
6x.
So that direct sales rate would be 6x higher?
6x higher than the programmatic. For example, on our platforms, we have gone to the extent of monetizing almost about, say, 80% of the inventory through direct sales, so that our CPMs are higher. And certain months when the programmatic revenue, the programmatic inventory is much more as compared to a direct, then obviously your revenue will go down, because those rates, as I say, is only say X of the 6X that the direct sales team sells. So that's a huge challenge, because you have lot of brands, lot of advertisers who come in and buys programmatically, and that's where you need to bring in the differentiation. The differentiation in terms of not only the audience that you deliver, differentiation in terms of how do you get the advertisers woven around the various content genres that you have, what kind of innovation that you can deliver, and that is where ad tech comes in. That is where our sales team's ability to curate solutions for advertisers comes in. And that's a challenge. How do you take that challenge in the market? Because it's very, very addressable and it can be measured, and how do you break that barrier?
What's your experience with regard to direct versus programmatic?
So very similar. Obviously, the programmatic rates are much lower. Anybody who's buying you at bulk.
How much of your inventory?
So that's anywhere between 3x to 5x is what we see, right? Depending on, so there are different partners, right? Like for programmatic, there can be a partner who's extremely niche. He will identify a set of audiences. That scale is very low, but the rate's really high, right? The overall yield, so obviously will be higher.
Correct.
Rates, depending on what kind of partner, how much are they filling and all of that will differ. Anybody who fills most will give you the lowest rate. Anybody who's filling a very niche sort of a segment will give you a decent rate. But in general, if I had to, generalize, anything between 3x to 5x is the difference between the direct sales and what you get programmatically.
Okay, so I wanted to ask a question again of all of you. Just now, if you look at viewership online viewership as a share of total viewership of linear plus online, what would be the share of online viewership for news of the total, and what would be the revenue from online for news at an aggregate level?
So, can I just one thing I wanted to everybody's, response to, how are we monetizing online well or not? Just one food for thought probably for everybody here. You have agencies, broadcasters, and, you have clients here. Is that, for instance, if you look at from our perspective, a network perspective, like, again, to answer to your question, from television, from a linear, you are, for instance, for our network, we do about 276 million is what we reach from a linear television across the network. If I had to really add on the numbers that I get through the digital space, which is, when we are kind of, really sharing our content, on the OTT platforms, or with or with content aggregators, or because of the ease of connectivity and mobile penetration, the news is now going more far-reaching. You actually add on almost 700 million more people onto my linear audiences. So that's the kind of number of people you're adding on from digital space on my linear television reach,
Okay.
And I think that is, again, like Shashi said, he passed the pressure on the broadcasters, say, collaborate and come together. But I think the measurement has to be very, very important for us to be able to, because now digital is no longer just, a medium to be used for precision targeting or measurement or customization. It actually has become a reach aggregator. It adds on reach to my linear, and I'm not able to monetize that there at all. So there's a huge leakage.
Sorry, if I could return to my original question,
Yeah.
how much of the viewership is online, and how much of the revenue is from online? I'm just trying to get a sense of. I'm just talking about video news, right?
So we don't, I mean, I'm the odd one out. We don't have a TV, a feed.
20% is, I would say, digital.
It's very difficult
Yeah.
to answer
just
this.
a broad
if you,
sense.
if you,
It's a rough
if you,
number.
it's very difficult to answer that, but if you look at it from a revenue perspective, if you look at the digital space, say, I don't know, it could be slightly off here and there, but about, say, 75 to 80% of the digital revenue goes to the big tech players. So whether it's a Google or a Facebook, and rest of the 25-30% is what all publishers fight for. So if you compare this with television, it will be very difficult, because you are only, although probably the digital will be overtaking television this particular year, but then what publishers fight for is very
No, I
minuscule
know.
amount of the
It's
entire
an
thing.
unfair world, I agree.
It's an unfair world, and all the content gets created by all publishers, and then
But
you have
still,
the big tech companies.
sorry, I have to come back to the original question. Out of 100 rupees earned by TV channels via linear and online, how much of that would be from online? Let's take a guess. Come on.
So about 20%.
20%.
You think it's
Yeah,
20%?
Yes, 20%.
But going forward, there has to be an integrated way of taking our solutions. Because, for example, if you look at, say, this entire connected TV phenomenon, say, right now, if we have, say, 20 million connected households, so by, say, 2025, we will have, say, 40 to 50 million. Now, how do you carry this entire thing in an integrated, unified way to the market is something which will define the future. One is not only in terms of how the sales team takes it to the market, because if I have a YouTube channel, if I have a connected, for example, in our case, we do not have an English channel. We have channels in all multiple languages. But English we haven't got into, because we felt that English viewer is the discerning viewer. He is the first one to have made a transition, a migration to the handheld device. And hence we came up with a new product, which is a very innovative product called News 9 Plus. So that's our leap into the future. That's our strategy to get into the connected TV space. Now, once we get into the connected TV space, not only for English, rest of the regional language channels will also get into the connected TV space. For example, Samsung Plus or maybe, so that is where I think from a future monetization perspective, the need to have a unified currency in the market, which allows for a platform agnostic measurement tool, which allows us a particular brand's reach across multiple distribution platforms is something which will define.
I don't know if you were there when Shashi was speaking, but his thing was that, listen, you guys, obviously you compete with each other, okay, during the day, that's fine. But why can't you, now that digital is getting larger, why don't you consider moving to a CPM based? Is that correct? Yeah. So that then TV and digital can be sold together. Were you there, Siddharth?
Yeah, I was there. My question to Shashi would be, the biggest resistance we'll get is from his teams only.
Ecosystem at the agency end is very different, you do not have an integrated teams working there at their end itself, So you have people who are kind of planning and buying, on digital separate, people who are planning and buying on TV separate. So at the end of the day, if the stakeholders themselves are divided, how can, a publisher or broadcaster go for an integrated solution? That really is one of the biggest challenges that we have.
I agree at clients level also.
Yes. Sorry, Gaurav. Sorry.
I'm saying at clients level as well, the teams are divided in the sense. So it's difficult, but it should happen. I mean, look at it like this, right?
No, but then are we saying that the players with the greatest stake in getting it integrated are sitting on the stage? I mean, is the TV's guys and agencies and advertisers have no such interest?
So right now, if you look at most of the integrated news channels, so digital is a different business unit in itself. And if you look at agencies, for example, let's take one of the largest FMCG clients based out of North, has GroupM as their digital agency and TLG as their TV agency.
Is that common? That's common. It's common, quite common, yeah.
So the thing is, it's in one agency's best interest to push television, but it is in the best interest of the other agency to showcase digital.
What is in our interest? What's in TV channels' interest?
So a mix of both. Technically, yes.
Be absolutely integrated. That's the way
Huh?
it's going to be. It should be integrated. That's how it's going to work for us.
Purely from a third-party perspective, I don't have a TV programming to back me up, right? I'm pure digital. But considering the reach is equivalent on TV and the digital put together, right? And the revenue is only 20%. It just makes a lot of sense to put it together, right?
Absolutely.
In terms of, especially, I think a good start point can be, you know, the clients which are not very agency heavy, to bring that, you know,
in fact, the medium size, in fact, the medium size agencies, you know, the smaller agencies, you know, who probably are not as large as multinationals like, you know, a Group M or IPG, who probably can afford to have, you know, distinctive teams, you know, I mean, they are ones probably more savvier to kind of, you know, really look at this entire thing more integrated than probably the bigger agencies.
So when you go out to sell, or your team goes out to sell, you never sell it as a bundle?
Yes, we do. Actually,
But what is your pitch then when you sell?
So it's a pitch that it's not just a deliverable on TV, but TV plus digital.
Hmm.
Actually, we recently did an IP on-ground show which was simulcasted both on TV and digital as well.
Right.
And both the teams went out and monetized the same intellectual property. And our revenue on that property was 2x of what if a digital team would have gone and sold, and what a TV team would have
But
gone
what
and sold.
happens in your own, in the case of your own IP, it's always a little different, isn't it?
Correct.
It's not the same as just selling inventory, isn't it? So what would be, I'm still kind of sorry, I'm coming back to the same thing, because I think Shashi also, it was my question anyway, but Shashi also brought it up. So is there enough incentive on the TV side to try to bring these two things together?
See, if you don't, you'll be dinosaurs. Because you have to develop those capabilities. No, if not now, 2 years down the line. It's coming your way, you like it or not. So might as well start working towards it.
I will tell you one more example. If you look at YouTube, so from our network perspective, we deliver almost about say 1.2 billion online video views across our YouTube network. Now till about 6 months back, we used to carry the TV commercials also on the YouTube feed. Now what we have done is that we have brought in the technology, we have started removing the TV ads on the YouTube feed. Now that's a huge inventory available. Now that inventory is being currently taken to the market by the digital team. But what I feel is that essentially it should be the TV team which should be taking it to the market, because it's the same set of advertisers. He's missing out on a particular audience base, but that thing needs to be built as a process, as a SOP within the media organizations. So that's an evolution which has to happen, which has already started in many organizations. TV teams are working in collaboration with the digital teams. But unless the ecosystem evolves, because when it's being taken to the market, if the buyer is saying that, look, YouTube is in the digital space, I do not decide for this, there is a separate set of stakeholders who will decide on this, then the experiment from a broadcaster's perspective or a digital platform's perspective will fall flat. So that's the key thing. The ecosystem needs to evolve on both the sides. It becomes easier on the broadcaster and the publisher side, because it's a matter of just bringing in that cohesiveness in terms of the sales approach.
And you also have the greatest stake in this, no? Absolutely. You have the greatest reason to try to do it.
Absolutely. By combining both, we can have a larger share of the wallet of any customer whatsoever.
Okay. Hey, Gaurav, what kind of volume of video do you do?
So we are 100 million plus videos every month. But the challenge there, yes, but it all happens on YouTube. And it is very difficult for me to go out and sell YouTube inventory. I can do that, technically it's possible, but then I have to pay YouTube the CPMs that I don't get myself. So the challenge is, technically it is open for me to go out and monetize, but I can't monetize because the asking rate, the MG that they ask in terms of the CPM is very, very high. So that's the challenge, as a publisher, purely digital, digital first, if you may call us, right? I mean, we are a legacy print media, but this is a business which has been largely run independently for last 15 years. So we think of ourselves as digital first or the digital only company, and all our monetization efforts are towards that. Video getting so much of money in terms of, the share that it gets, in terms of growth, in terms of all revenue streams, and digital video is the fastest growing, right? For many, many years now. Some of the categories are extremely video heavy, they don't do any display or any other sort of advertising. So can't miss that, we have to be very, very, in there in terms of video programming. But in terms of monetization, I think it is the most challenged, at least for us, being pure digital, where we do not get the video views on our platform.
Yeah,
Right? We
no,
do,
that's
but
a tough
compared to 100 million, that's not much, you know.
Yeah.
The scale is not there on
But
my
I think
pages.
that must be true for everybody, isn't it? YouTube is the big one, right?
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah.
but we have money control.
You have, yes, you do.
So that's available only for the live streaming. So if you look at the monetization opportunities, one is your VOD content and second is your live streaming content, right? So for TV channels, that advantage is still there because when you are doing live streaming, so whenever you remove the TV commercial ads, you fill it up with content. So that space is available for live streaming channels.
Can you ingest programmatic ads into that when you do a live stream on
So
YouTube?
you have your own CMS,
Yeah.
so and then you can start plugging in ads.
So there
but then
is an
it doesn't get filled up. It doesn't get filled up to the extent of even 5%
Yeah,
of what the
there's no
inventory
demand.
is on TV.
So I think
but
it's
moment
only a
you get
matter of
into
time, you know,
monetizing the VOD part, which is when your YouTube comes in. So he will say that you cannot sell below a particular rate, and he will probably sell it at a lower rate. Then how do you tackle that in the market? You cannot.
So that's not. So that's what I'm saying. That's what the challenge. But for live TV, connected TV feed,
For
if
live TV, you
ingest
can still
your
do
own
that.
ads. I think
So
you're
because
sorted.
that-
There is
so-
still
so
some.
you are in full control of
light
that.
at the end of the tunnel for you. For us, it is a pure programming. You know,
Because
which
yours is a VOD.
You know, the TV channels at
Okay.
least have a base of programming which is getting made. For us, it's a complete P&L.
Sorry, we are running out of time. So I have one last question for all of you. Just 1.5 minutes. I'm sorry, audience. You'll have to catch the speakers separately because we're just running out of time. I want to ask you a question. If the 5 of us were to be sitting here 3 years later, if the 5 of us were sitting here at the same stage 3 years later, I hope you'll be back, okay, is our conversation likely to be substantially different? Answer in one sentence, because you have only 1 minute and 3 seconds. So.
See, AdX is going to move for sure. The money is going to come over from digital. TV and digital, the lines are going to be blurred.
Okay.
How better, how big, I don't know. I mean, it's very difficult to say because digital was very fast.
But my point basically is, will our discussion be different, do you think? Or will we still be talking the
I
same
really
stuff?
hope so. Discussion should be different than what it is right now.
Or
we
they
should
won't be there.
Yes, absolutely. We should be talking about a seamless kind of measurement system, which helps us to kind of really evaluate and assess all touch points
Okay.
regarding news, and the delivery it gives to the audiences, and therefore the ROI kind of,
Okay,
So
great.
I really hope.
All right. Okay, Raktip.
Yeah, I think we'll have a very different scenario because if you look at it, the internet and the TV is merging. The television screen is getting into becoming a super screen. So TV screen is no longer gonna be used only for viewing content. Even commerce will start happening on the television screen. So going forward, maybe 3 years down the line, you will have a completely different scenario.
Topic altogether.
Sorry,
The whole
that's a
connected
totally
TV
different
thing is a
topic.
completely
I think we'll be
different
having
What do
the
you
same,
think, Siddharth?
I think we'll be having the same conversation. We'll just add one more thing, TV, digital and connected TV.
And connected TV. Okay.
That's something which gaining.
So I think
yeah, okay.
the discussion remains the same.
Okay, so I've got a sign there saying time's up. Actually, the interesting thing that I found in this conversation is, sparked up by Shashi's discussion, is that the folks on the TV side of the business have the greatest interest in trying to get digital, sell digital and linear TV together. However, there are kingdoms. There are kingdoms in the TV business, there are kingdoms in the agency business, and there are kingdoms on the advertiser side, and all of them are split TV and digital. So we need to get them together.
Starts from the top, right?
Yeah, starts from. Thank you very much. Thank you, audience.
Thank you to all the panelists. Mr. Srikanth, let's thank them with a small token. Thank you to all the panelists for this very interesting discussion on the challenge of monetization, and thank you, Mr. Srikanth, for moderating it. I request the team to please set it up for the next panel discussion. But before we do that, an announcement going out for the guests here who are registered for the awards ceremony, which is scheduled for 7 p.m. this evening. Please make sure that if you are registered for the awards ceremony, you use the break between the conference and the ceremony to go and register yourself once again at the desk outside and pick up the badges, because the badges you are wearing right now will be different from the badges you will get at that point of time. So make sure you have the award badges with you for you to be able to be present in the hall to attend the award ceremony. Thank you very much. And now, ladies and gentlemen, we move forward to the next panel discussion. Earlier in the day, just a panel back, we talked about the news heads, talked about the advertisers, but it's now time to get the other angle, that is the advertiser angle in. Advertisers have flocked to TV news for a certain set of reasons. Will those factors still hold good when it comes to online video news? That is going to be the topic of discussion in the next panel. And I would like to quickly bring on stage the panelists for this session, the advertiser angle, starting with Miss Anita Nair, COO, Media, Branding and Communication, Patanjali Ayurved. Welcome, Ms. Nair, and thank you so much for joining us. We're also being joined on the panel by Ms. Mansi Datta, Chief Client Officer and Head, North and East Wave Maker India. Welcome Ms. Mansi Datta on this panel, and we're also being joined by Mr. Sameer Sethi, VP and Head of Brand and Marketing, PolicyBazaar.com. Thank you, Mr. Sethi, for joining us. Can we welcome our panelists with a round of applause, please? And to moderate this session, once again, I would like to invite onto the stage Mr. Shrikant Khandekar, co-founder and CEO, AFAX.
Okay, one question for the audience again. Do you think TV channels are doing enough to strengthen their online play? Do you think TV channels are doing enough to strengthen their online play? If you think yes, please show green. And if you think they are not, please show red. Could I have a show of hands, please? Are they doing enough? Could you please hold it up, please, just for a minute? Yes. If they are doing enough, please show green. And if they are not doing enough, please show red. I think more red than green, no? Actually, in the darkness, you can't see. So I think there are more reds. More reds, not doing enough. Huh? What the heck? Oh, it's actually, I made the mistake of pointing out. It's not red, it's burgundy. So he catches me every time from that. Okay. Okay, so if I was to just a minute, I think I need to adjust this. This really in a straight line. I can't see. Sorry. No, that's okay. You don't need to do that. So if you were just to go to the basics, why do advertisers go to news channels? Can you just, Anita, would you like to start? Just before we move to anything else.
Firstly, thank you for having me, Shrikant.
Come on, Anita. Thanks for coming.
Why do advertisers choose any channels at all? I think it is for audiences.
Okay.
You know, it's up to the channels as to what kind of audiences they provide. Yeah, news has a different set of audiences. GCs have different set of audiences. But primarily, I think when advertisers go on to any channel, it is you're going after the audiences, and that's the way you slice and dice.
Sure.
You know,
but why news channels?
News channels, honestly, they play a variety of roles, if you ask me. Yesteryears, and going back to what Mona was saying, we belong to the same fraternity back then, and now we are in different places.
Right.
Yeah, but the fact is that we used to use news channels, and especially English news channels, in spite of no ratings. And, it was the qualitative aspect, and, it gave you a certain amount of premiumness, and you were very sure the gut that you had was very sure that the premium audiences are watching those English news. I mean, one can go back to the 9 p.m. news with Pranay Roy as well, you know. So one is talking about those kind of audiences. Slowly, as you moved, they became frequency channels. You know, it was almost like, you know, you build your reach through GECs and you take on news because they will build frequency, and they were efficient in the kind of frequency that they were building. Then came this whole thing of news channels being used for trade. Because my, you know, guy sitting there, my dealer or retailer or whoever sitting there who's selling my product categories will get a boost because all day long there is a, you know, ABP or a Aaj Tak running on his television at the point of sale. So that became a huge thing of trade, because every time you wanted to incentivize trade or wanted to push something, that's when news became what it was. I think now it's playing a dual role to my mind. Frequency for sure, efficiencies for sure, and I think if you use them intelligently, then they also play a role of reach builders. You know, so what is the kind of incremental reach to a particular set of audience that you're talking about? So that's the way, you know, you see news channels being used in various avatars.
Right. Mansi, would you like to add in something to it? Also, yeah, sure.
Am I audible?
You could just tap it once. Yeah, it's good. Just hold it close, yeah.
I'm going to use your place card holders.
Yeah,
so it's a question to the audience, which is... thank you. So I'm going to say reach, frequency and affinity, right? So when I say reach, please hold up your flashcard and say if it's for reach. Green means yes, news is for reach. Burgundy means that it's not. So reach, how many of you feel that news is for reach? Great, it's a lot of people. Are we filled with news broadcasters out here? So I do see like a sea of green and burgundy out here. When I say frequency, all green out here. Much more resounding, you know, response for frequency, and for affinity, again out here. So it was a kind of a mixed response for reach and a higher resounding response for affinity and frequency. So definitely, and I think as Anita said, you know, it serves a multitude of roles. So in the yesteryears, you know, news channels would be used say for frequency, and when the planners constructing or when the advertisers basically given a brief and they want to reach out to X amount of audience, then you know that, you know, the reach genres used to be typically the cricket genres or the general entertainment genres, and then you looked upon some of the other genres to build your entire frequency, and that's where the news channels would come in. But that is a philosophy of yesteryears, and it's now changed. If you were to see how the audiences have also evolved, and especially with COVID, one did understand that news channels have a viewership and a standing of their own. They are affinity audiences. And they might cater to different audiences, right? English news channels will have their own set of audiences. It'll have a CX or a higher profile audiences. And of course, one doesn't just use the parameter of TVR to make that decision. And then Hindi news channels would have their own sort of audiences, as we said. Even retailers, we know, for example, the business news channels out there, which would have a totally trade-oriented audience. And there's one interesting one, which a study that we've done, say, for example, if you've taken, say, cricket, say, a bilateral series, and a bilateral series would give you somewhere around a 200 million audience base. Would news be able to give you that base? The answer is yes. So what one bilateral series can give you, maybe a 2-month concerted amount of activity on news channels can give you that similar type of reach. So the answer is, how do you basically build up your plan? So it could serve a reach objective, it could also serve a frequency objective, and it definitely is an affinity medium.
Yeah, thanks. Thank you. Samir, you have a different perspective. You have an advertiser perspective. You've seen Policy Bazaar. Could you just tap it? Not working? Yeah, it's working. Yeah. So you've seen Policy Bazaar. You've been in Policy Bazaar for some time, and you know you've seen it grow. How has your view of you know, using news channels changed as your business has grown?
Sure. So I think first of all, talking about the previous question, why do advertisers choose news channels? I think, first of all, I come from an insurance background. I come from an insurance brand. And for a lot of brands in the BFSI space, the TG is predominantly male. It is also partially female. A lot of news channels, like Mansi said, are very high affinity channels, especially when you want to reach out to male audiences. So they aggregate a lot of male audiences in the country, which is one of the main reasons why a lot of brands in the BFSI category would choose these channels. I think also from a qualitative point of view, every brand wants to advertise to decision makers for their respective categories. From a qualitative point of view, I think a lot of people who are consuming news, they want to be aware, they would presumably do a lot of research, and they would end up being the primary decision makers for a lot of categories. I believe that is also one of the qualitative reasons why a lot of brands would pick news channels.
So when we look at, now I'm saying it open, please, anybody could respond. When we look at online video, the reasons for which brands go to news channels, do those reasons obtain when you're looking at online video news? Do the same reasons apply as applied in linear TV?
So when Anita started talking, she mentioned why would any advertiser advertise on any channel, right? They're looking for audiences. The fundamental difference between advertising on television versus advertising on digital is that on television you can't really custom target and reach one particular cohort of audiences. On digital you have that capability. So for example, if you're trying to advertise...
But do you have to use news video to reach that audience? You could use something else, right?
You can. That's exactly what my point is. The genre becomes slightly agnostic unless there is a very strong connect and ethos of the brand versus and the property. For example, if you're a sporting brand and you want to associate with a particular sport, then you would want to advertise on that particular genre even on digital, while you can reach the same audiences on other platforms as well. But when the objective is just to reach out to those audiences and you don't really care about their personal likes and dislikes from an entertainment consumption point of view, then I think that genre becomes slightly agnostic.
Anita?
I tend to agree with what Samir is saying. See, also when you're looking at linear TV versus online video, and we've had this debate on collaborating, should we integrate them and sell them together? It completely depends on what you're using both the mediums for. Linear TV, as he rightfully mentioned, is X kind of audience. When you're using online, whether it's videos or whatever form of digital displays that you want to do online, I personally think that that audience is a little different than what you have on the linear TV. So again, two ways of looking at it. We've always seen in the past that linear TV plus digital gives you an incremental reach. And you can reach a certain reach point with linear TV at X cost. After that, an incremental reach really costs you one hell of a lot. And there've been enough studies and use cases where they say that if you layer digital with linear TV, then the incremental reach that you get comes at a much lower cost. So there is a difference. So there you're using the same audience set to get an incremental piece on your audience. And the other way of looking at it is also that today digital as a medium, we all, I'm sure, will tend to agree is largely youth, younger, different kinds, now and here kind of stuff. So there is a new set of audiences that are sitting there, and there is a new set of audiences whom you are advertising to. So your money, your buck is going behind that audience. Unlike in linear TV where you don't know which part of your advertising money is being wasted really. So I think it serves both the purposes depending on how you want to use it and how you want to use the data.
Okay, Mansi?
I think both Anita and Samir have touched upon that aspect, and so I'm just going to touch upon a slightly bit more different aspect, which is what the ecosystem, the changes in the ecosystem that we're seeing right now. So you do know that India has about a 210 million CNS base, right? Of which 70 million would be the DTH base.
Okay.
And the new base, which is the connected TV base, is booming right now. And that
How large is that? Is that a
Great. That's about 25 million
It's 25,
households.
okay.
These numbers are all households.
Correct.
So 210 million households, 70 million DTH households. And this entire connected TV base household, which is of about 25 million, and these are only assumptions because there's no hardcore data, but there is enough evidence to show that there is a fair amount of migration from DTH to connected TV households. Because this is all about the fact that from
correct, sure.
COVID, you got your internet connection, then the fact that, you had to have a child at home, and he was, in any case, he had to be, studying all day long, so you got an internet connection, so you basically got your OTTs on the platform, you had smart TVs, all TVs sold nowadays are only smart TVs.
Right.
So it's a booming base, and there are, again, KPMG estimates that this base might increase to some 40 million. What's happening is the consumption of, and especially by a certain strata of the society, which is the slightly upper strata of the society, is now happening via the connected TV. And when I say connected TV, then that becomes an online medium, right?
Correct.
So there is a fair amount of now viewership that is happening on this base as well. And that's the same amount, that's the same audience that was watching TV, but has now just replaced that device, the television,
what's
to the connected TV.
I know it's all very early, but is there a guess, is there an estimate to how much of these 25 million households actually are DTH cord cutters basically, is that right?
Right.
What's a sense, or take a guess, I mean just a sense, would half of them have been primarily DTH like that? A very large number?
There's a fair amount of assumption, as I said, that all of these migrations are happening from the DTH. So they're the cord cutters. The cord nevers in any case were a very small base in India, right, in the upper strata, not in the lower strata.
Right.
But, so that's one point that we need to keep in mind, the online video. In any case, again, as newer and newer younger audiences come into the fold, again, there is a fair amount of online consumption of news channels. The go-to platform for consumption of news becomes the news platforms, and hence online news would have a huge exponential growth in terms of viewership as more and more younger people come into the fold.
So,
and of course, the benefit of the online platform being that you can custom target audience and you can reach out to specific cohorts.
Since since the audience is primarily from the television business, does it seem to you, because does it seem to you that if they want, so let's say the TV news segment is special in that sense in linear TV because a certain type of audience comes and watches it, let's say male, okay, or if you want to create buzz, reach, whatever. If you were on the TV side, okay, what would you do to make sure that your video, let's say, that your videos are special in the same way that your videos are special on linear TV? I don't think I'm putting that very well. But my point is that news channels occupy a certain special place in linear TV, okay? But as we discussed just now, that you're saying that it could become genre agnostic because as long as you reach that audience, whatever cuts, it works, right? So if you were to look at it from a TV channel's point of view, what could they do to retain that audience, or can they not retain it? Am I still not clear?
I think I got the gist of the question. So I think the fundamental difference between, let's say, linear TV and digital video consumption is also the amount of time a viewer devotes to consuming that content, right? On television tends to be slightly higher, wherein context setting and then going on to news, then getting perspectives from experts is usually the format that's followed in news. While digital, it's relatively lesser amount of time that a viewer or a consumer devotes to any kind of a video. So I think it needs to be treated very, very separately. So if, let's say, like you initially said, if you were on the other side, what would you do? I think repackaging the same content for digital is what a lot of players decide to do for various reasons, cost and other reasons as well. I think it needs to be treated separately. It's a different medium. the audience is different, their behavior is different, the time they're devoting is very, very different. So the kind of content you put out, the way you package it, the duration for which you post it and publish it should be very, very different. A lot of things need to be very, very concise, because in TV people tend to set very, very long contexts. Right. So I think for that you also need to have very, very specialized and dedicated teams to publish that kind of content. That is one. And another point is that most of the news channels you see also have a feed running on digital. Whether it's a live feed on YouTube or live TV's option on connected TV or on their own website. Some of them choose to sell that inventory separately. Some of them don't. Some of them you'll see the same feed from an advertising point of view as well. The same ad would be there on television, on digital, etc. Right. That I believe should be a consolidated offering. That I believe should be sold as a package to consumers, as to advertisers, as opposed to splitting every piece and selling separately, because the scale is very different. In a format like cricket, where there's humongous scale, it's a slightly separate decision. Yeah. But something like news, yeah. So there's the TV feed, irrespective of what platform somebody's viewing it on. It's one feed. I can view it on a linear TV, I can view it on a connected TV, etc. But if you want to package something very differently and show it to different audiences, because I think one of the points Anita made was that the kind of viewers, the kind of consumers you're getting on digital versus on TV are slightly different in their composition. So I think they need to be treated differently, and they need to be served different kind of content also.
To add to this, I think it is the consumption of formats by the audiences on different platforms is very, very important, how you play it out to them. We all know that...
Sorry, could you repeat that? I didn't get that.
I said the content consumption on various platforms by various audiences is very different. Right. Like one rightfully said that, when you're sitting in front of linear TV, you're in that mold to, listen to discussion, screaming, shouting, whatever happens. Yeah, all that, but you have your ears to that and you spend some more time. Unlike online, if you're there, then we all know short videos work the best, yeah? Short form videos are the one, there are enough studies which say that, because it's the audience on the go, they want everything fast. So the way you actually package that content for them is going to be very, very different. Not many news channels, and pardon my ignorance if at all, and with due respect to all the broadcasters here, not many news channels actually try and differentiate the way they disseminate content on linear versus online, because it's extremely important to treat that content for that audience differently.
I think this is the same thing actually print went through. For a long time, print used to just take whatever, it used to be called dumping. You just took the stuff which was in print and you put it there. Also because there's no money in online. So you just said, listen, I'm not going to make more effort on this. So I think it's probably a similar thing. You take the same thing and you put it here. But
copy paste doesn't help, honestly. You have to treat that audience for that platform and cater to them in the way
comes back against to the viability of doing that, I think, is the money thing. You were saying that, so what are the other things? So if you were to put down 5 ways in which online video consumption is different from consuming it at home on a TV, so what are the things that would happen? One is the age of the audience would be different. Would it be inside versus outside, likely? Or Mansi?
See, it's also, I think, as we said, that TV is like a lean back medium and online is like slightly lean forward. And this differentiation needs to be borne in mind. Yeah. So, for example, if it's just going to be, of course, legacy helps, and if you do have a same feed, obviously in the entire age of fake news being very abundant, it helps from news having a definitive source and a trusted source. But yes, the fact that the news consumption audience is a little different. Also, kind of, for example, they're looking for some vernacular regional nuances. And I'd like to take the example of, say, Lullen Top, which basically has an own subscriber base of some 100 million plus. Now, the success of Lullen Top, and maybe out here somebody is there from the audience out here, but as what we've understood, which is this entire inciting into the regional vernacular nuancing bit of it. So if they're covering, say, Kanpur, they're not just covering the entire political overview in Kanpur, but they're also covering that Golgappa wala in Kanpur who was selling it to, you know, in Valentine's Day to a particular mass of audience, right? So those regional nuancing and what appeals to the audience is what also needs to be factored, which maybe the TV channels, because they're catering to a much more larger audience base, would not be able to do. But these, in the online world, you can definitely keep in mind what is the kind of audience that you're, you know, reaching out to, and you could customize your entire content offering with that.
So, you know, when you advertise online and when you use video, what is the kind of filters you use for Policy Bazaar? And would that be reflective typically of a BFSI brand, large BFSI brand?
Sure. See, like I initially mentioned, when you're advertising on any digital video platform, you have the ability to buy very specific audiences. You can define the demographics, you can define the age, the gender, you can also define the markets where they're coming from, etc. And unless you're very, very predisposed to a certain kind of a genre which has a certain linkage to the category you come from, you're relatively, as an advertiser, agnostic to where is that audience member seeing your brand. It could be on content relating to entertainment, news, sports, etc. I'll digress very little from this point. I think the last question, we've all discussed how news should be packaged. I would also like to bring an advertiser's perspective to this. I think when, as an advertiser, you're trying to advertise on linear television, predominantly the only opportunity you have is FCT during the breaks. Or what you can choose to do is static visibility like L-bands, Astons, etc. during the programming as well. But when, as an advertiser, you're trying to advertise on any digital video platform, apart from regular advertising, you also have a lot of integration opportunities which you don't have on linear TV. You, for example, can have, let's say, a presenter in a digital video package of news. You can have them mention your brand, talk about it, talk about the benefits of it, etc. You can also have an ad playing pre-roll. And you have multiple other opportunities available which you don't get on linear television. So the amount of flexibility, the amount of opportunities you have as an advertiser, they're immense on digital video. So I think that's another important point we should look at.
Okay. Anita, does connected TV excite you as a marketer?
I was actually on a CTV symposium 2 days back, and we were discussing this whole thing. See, the audiences are moving there. The only problem with connected TV today is the data. We had a lot of discussion on, how would you use first-party data for connected TV, and how would brands look at it and stuff like that. But unfortunately, while the audiences, and as Mansi said, that the audiences in a certain strata are really moving. I mean, I got my DTH connection out 2 years back, right? So if I want to watch, anything on big screen, obviously it is connected TV, right? Because now the way the smart TVs are happening, the OEMs have already integrated the apps into it, so it becomes far more easier, to kind of go there. CTV is galloping. 2 years back when I was at Z5, we were talking about 22 million. Yeah, today we are talking about a good 30-35 million. And there is no body which tracks or monitors this data, but we would assume the way things are moving, especially in the metros, that connected TV will have a much larger base. Because
sorry, a very elementary question. Today, can you track whether something has been viewed on a
connected TV?
Connected TV?
The screen.
You can. How accurately is? Pretty accurately? How do you do that?
Pretty accurately.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Okay.
So I'm not too sure about, if it is as accurate as that is, because all you're getting, the data that you're getting in terms of your advertising happening on connected TV is coming to you from the platform that you're advertising on, and the data actually rests on their server. So there is no third-party monitoring that happens. For example, if I'm advertising with C5 or a Sony Live today, they will give me their server data on so many impressions which have happened on their connected TV. So I have no, way of actually ratifying that data point today. So we have to believe the channels to do that. Yeah, there are people like MIQ and all who are doing it. Some DSPs are doing it. But I think it's to my mind, it's in the nascent stage, and for us, research has always been an issue, and monitoring and getting data has always been an issue. But I think we should get there, and like you said, if 5 years from now we are talking in this discussion, connected TV discussions in terms of monitoring and what they're delivering should be part of it.
Okay. All right. Is there anything else you'd like to add, or I could just ask? Does anybody have a question here, please, for any of those panelists? I'm sorry, actually today, we haven't had time for audience. I love audience questions, but Siddharth? No? Susmita? No? Okay.
Actually, I'm going to do a plug-in just because it's a little relevant.
Please. You have 2 minutes
which I don't normally do, but Group M does have a connected TV offering, and it's and wherein we basically have, and it's a DSP, so we do basically amass a lot of audiences, and there's a lot of now accuracy that can go into in figuring out who's the audience that we are talking to. So yes, across all the OTT platforms, in fact, the connected TV base also takes into account the entire ecosystem, whether it's a Samsung TV or whether it's some the other OEM TVs. So there's a lot which is happening in this entire ecosystem, and yes, I think all of us are fast moving into that measurable space, and this ecosystem is changing.
Tell me something, one last question really. Connected TV in the last 6 months, the number of times I've heard it, maybe in the last 90 days, it's incredible. Every day, once you hear it from somebody or the other. Will this keep gathering pace, or might it hit a plateau at a certain point? This penetration of...
I think it is already gaining pace in the urban areas. I am not too sure about, tier 2, tier 3 cities, because, the audience behavior and consumption is very different there. But certainly in the urban sectors, I know for sure that, like she was mentioning, all the DTH guys are shifting to connected TV today, and the internet being the base, and I think it's also accessibility and availability which is making it happen.
So yeah, she was talking about accessibility and availability. So I was hearing a number the other day that in the first half of 2022, the first 6 months, 85% of all the TV shipments in India have been connected TVs.
I think you almost cannot get a non-connected TV anymore, I think, now.
You know what, you're right, which is that one of our colleagues, just because he did not want a connected TV, he said, no, I want one of those old age TVs.
Seriously?
And he went,
Why?
and he could not find it.
But why?
Because he didn't want an Android TV.
Achha, okay.
He said, I do not want it.
Seriously?
And he could not find a normal one.
Really?
So I think all TVs, and we do have clients who are consumer durable clients, and all their TVs are smart TVs now.
Okay. So I'm surprised we didn't have a session on connected TVs. Our research was pretty clearly flawed on that score.
This partially became a session on connected TVs, I guess.
That's true. Okay, folks, thank you very much. Also, Anita, I promised you by 4:30. It's 4:28. Okay? So she has to go for an appointment. Thank you very much, folks. Thank you, audience.
Thank you to all the panelists. Let's present them with a small token for thanks. Thank you so much, Ms. Anita. We just held you back by a few minutes, but just letting you go right on time. Thank you, Ms. Anita Nair, Ms. Mansi Datta, and Mr. Sameer Sethi, along with Mr. Srikanth Khandekar, for this very interesting session on the advertiser's angle. Thank you very much. And now, ladies and gentlemen, moving on. Moving on to our next panel discussion of the day, which is on regional news. It's titled Regional News, How Different? Now, regional video news depends largely on strong local coverage. How different are the business and content challenges when compared to national news brands? To take this forward, let me quickly invite onto stage. Let's extend a warm welcome to our panelists, starting with Mr. Prasad Sanyal, Chief Content Officer, HT Digital Streams. Thank you so much, Mr. Sanyal, for joining us. We'd also like to welcome onto the panel Mr. Ram Mohan Sundaram, Country Head and Managing Partner, Integrated Media, DDB Mudra Group. Can we welcome our panelists with a round of applause, please? Let's extend a warm welcome to Mr. Sudipto Nandi, Product Head, Languages, Times Internet. Thank you, Mr. Nandi, for joining us. And to take this session forward, I would like to request Ms. Benita Chaco, Principal Correspondent, AFAX, to please join us on stage. Over to you, Ms. Benita.
Everyone, am I audible? Yeah. Good afternoon, everyone. It is said that it is the era of many mini Indias. People today think global, live local, and consume content in their own dialect. In these times, we've seen that whether it is OTT, cinema, podcasts, name it, regional content seems to be doing really well. And the success of films like Beast, Kantara, RRR, KGF has been a testament to that. How many of you here have watched at least one film or any content in a web series maybe in a regional language this year? Green is, yes, at least one. Wow. Yeah, I can't see a single red, so I'm assuming that this just is a testament to that. Similarly, we've seen a trend with digital news as well. The need to stay abreast with local events has always kept regional news, has given an edge to regional news. But in the largely English-driven internet, we are seeing that the regional news platforms are now rising in popularity. So I'd like to ask, maybe Sudipta, you can start, and if you could just help me understand the audience. There is a certain perception about the regional platform audience. They are an older audience, they live in tier 2, tier 3 cities. Can you help us understand the audience better?
Sure. Thank you, Benita AFAX, for inviting me in the event. So let me start by reiterating what you just mentioned, right? So from a regional audience TG perspective, so it is of course it has moved from just being core languages into tier 2, tier 3. Now we are seeing people coming from towns, villages. But yeah, I mean, in terms of penetration, India is still at about 47% internet penetration. So there is a lot to do with the infrastructure, but yeah, I mean, we are seeing audiences coming from there. Now, these are from the strata perspective, I would say, or from the age perspective, I would say these are essentially Gen Z, which are now coming online. A lot of first-time internet users probably, and while some of them are bilingual, multilingual, we are also seeing people who are natively speaking one language coming online and making some impact in terms of discovery. In terms of consumption, obviously, there's a fair share of non-news content being consumed, news to a certain extent, but a larger shift towards non-news. Videos and short-form videos are getting consumed more. So yeah, I mean, that's what we are looking at.
All right, but the national platforms are also attempting to reach this same audience. If Prasad, you can help us know what are the challenges in catering to the needs of this audience, and how are they different from the challenges of national platforms?
So when you say national platforms, right,
news has always been a local medium. You have a Delhi edition of a newspaper, a Mumbai edition, and so on. To sort of distinguish that, and by nature of news, immediacy, geography, all of that plays into the relevance of the content matter. What so-called national platforms would struggle with is that where you've not had a traditional footprint, to build a footprint and then go on from there and to address that market specifically is always challenging. But that's true of anything, right? So if there was a media house that was working out of Kolkata, for example, and they wanted to enter the Chandigarh market, they would face the same problems as a media house working out of Delhi or Mumbai, wanting to enter, let's say, Chennai or Hyderabad. So to that extent, I think that the challenges are similar in moving geographies. The biggest challenge is to understand geographical realities in this country. They're very different. My consumption patterns for, let's say, Telugu news site could be remarkably different to a Bangla news site, could be remarkably different to an English news site. And those patterns, understanding those patterns and then catering to that audience is challenging. I mean, that's the main hurdle or obstacle that publishers need to overcome.
Ram Mohan sir, if you could help, if you could share the advertiser's perspective, which are the categories that prefer advertising here, and are their expectations different from regional platforms as compared to, like what he said, the so-called mainstream platforms?
Okay, first let's take a step back. The first thing that we need to understand is regional news is not about the language in which it is consumed, right? Most news, and I'm going to be very specific to news, most news channels or digital, whichever, I mean, wherever you consume today, there's very little differentiation in terms of platforms, because I believe in the next 5 years there will be no CNS. But that story apart, you must understand that everything starts with something which is political in nature in the news genre. That's the first thing. Then comes crime. If you look at the sequence of events that happens, the most important news is, Aaj Modi ne kya bola, right? So if Narendra Modi is your point of contention and the whole of India is fighting that character, then it will always be national news. Whether it is consumed in Inadu, except for Sun TV, which I'll come to later, except for Tamil Nadu, which behaves very differently. The rest of the places, there is no news. I mean, Gaay ne bachade ko janam diya is not news. But that is the kind of news that nobody wants to consume. Somebody said that that's entertainment, right? I mean, that's got no meaning. So the context is that till the time there is and 80% of our news is political, and therefore, till the time, because even a Bengal election is national news, right? Even if there is, even Himachal elections was a national news. Ideally, it should have been a regional story, right? But that's not the case. So anything in this country which is remotely government related, because most of it is, whether it's economics or otherwise, even a Shashi Sinha BJP story, because BJP is so strong, and I'm not trying to make it political, but the reality is that. So that's where the first information majority lies in, right? When I say information majority, most of that consumption is what people are today consuming, irrespective of the medium that they consume. And of course, there is this whole new enthusiast of sports, which is a different story. I mean, when I started reading newspaper, I used to read the last page first. Like, आज तो newspaper घर में आके 20 साल हो गए, but I'm saying that's how the behavior was. So each consumer has a different behavior. So if you're saying that today, do I have a specific need, what are the kind of advertisers going to be on news channels? For me, news is reach, clearly on television, and impact on digital. So if I buy for any of our clients, and most clients are there's no specific category. Even in LIC, if it's got to do a campaign, or even if it is a Adani Wilmer, if it has to do a campaign, there will be a huge page takeover on, let's say, HT or Times of India or any of these. Apart from the hajar other stuff that we do, which includes YouTube and all of the rest. Now, at that point in time, when it's impact, we're not talking of targeting and all that there. Specifically, when you go into future sustenance, that's when your targeting capabilities come into play, and then there are certain platforms which can deliver that well, and then certain platforms which can't deliver, right? They were discussing about CTV before this. Now the story is that now if I'm going up, I mean IPL is run on Hotstar. I mean you don't have any other data but Hotstar. You got to take what they give, right? So if it's going to be running on, I mean you take Google's data, so why can't you take Hotstar data? And if it is working for your advertisers, and the results show, I mean why will the otherwise you keep getting advertised? You're one of the largest advertisers on IPL for the last 3 years now, right? On Hotstar. Now why will we keep going back if it is not giving results even after the increasing prices? Because there is no competition. Is there another event in this country which is as big as an IPL? No. Period. So it's not. So the audience consumption depends on what you throw at them and at the time at which you want to throw at them. So short form stuff, because attention span of today's generation. Sorry, I'm taking a little bit longer than 30 seconds. India's population is, if you look at it, 65% of India's population is below the age of 35, and in that 70% is below the age of 30. Their attention span is 7 seconds. You got to catch them in 7 seconds. So in that 7 seconds, short form is what will work. Whether news in short form, whether advertising in short form or any other matter, everything has to be short form. Otherwise, it's not going to work because it is not going to cater to the needs of the advertiser, and there is no time for the consumer to take anything further.
But how much of the campaigns that an advertiser reaches out to a regional platform is solely or exclusively for that platform, or is it generally like they're doing a national campaign, they're reaching out to national platforms, so a part of it they will reach out to a regional news platform as well?
No, so where is the growth coming for on the internet? It's from tier 2, tier 3 towns. And after the Jio phenomenon in 2016, every internet businesses in India is built on the back of Jio. And all of those growth is happening. There's a whole set of generation which is missed television in India. Right? I mean, you go back, you go and ask people in tier 2 towns, go to Aurangabad, there might be people who never experienced their entertainment today is YouTube, and their entertainment is any of these other free apps where they get what they need to. Right? That generation cannot afford a television in the first place.
Right.
And so for me, it doesn't matter as long as I get reach, because my objective at that point in time is to reach as many people as possible. So if I had to target, then like I said, then I'll specify मेरे को SEC में ये NCCS में ये audience चाहिए, उधर ही मुझे target का. So it depends on how you want to do your campaign. So because it's news, I mean I'm not talking movies and I'm not talking anything. I'm just specifically saying news because that's the subject I thought we were talking. So.
All right. Prasad and Sudipta, if you can share your perspective with regard to video offerings. Reports suggest that the online video user base in the country is scaled to more than 350 million people. How has this growth impacted the video offerings of your digital platforms, regional digital platforms, the viewership and also the advertiser interest?
So, look, as 5 years ago, if we had this conversation and if we were typically planning to go into, let's say, a language like Bangla, I would have built a traditional website and gone a very traditional digital model, thought of on-ground campaigns, typically cribbed about not having a print or television footprint, and then worked from there. Right. On today's date, when we plan, let's say, going into a state or a different language or state into language. Typically in India it becomes state into language, right? So then what you plan is actually a lot of the planning becomes video first. A lot of the content strategy becomes video first. Sure, you have your typical text and your website and so on. But a lot of the investments and disproportionate investment will go into making videos, distributing videos, and catering to videos for a particular state, therefore news gathering, and for anybody who does not have a television footprint, and for publishers here who don't have a television footprint, you'd realize that news gathering in itself is an exercise, right? Video news gathering in itself is an exercise where you have to sort of delve into an existing stringer network, try and get them to work for you. So that whole setup now becomes video first. Earlier it used to be that you used to have a stringer in a district who would send you some text, typically. Now you have video stringers who also send you text. Now whether they're sending you text, so text has become secondary in most cases of news gathering for us. And I think that's the change in sort of thought and planning and strategy that goes into it in serving content.
In the previous panel, Gaurav spoke about the challenge of monetization. If you could give your perspective on it.
Yeah, I think it's a it's an established thing that for language play vis-a-vis English, the CPMs are any day, we are lower compared to an English audience CPM. To compound the problem, I think there are, technologies at loggerhead, because what is now happening is if you look at Google and Facebooks of the world, translation, AI coming into play, we still don't know whether, English translated content will get a better reach or discovery versus originally created a Telugu or a Tamil piece of content. And primarily the drivers for any language business have been these two fronts, right? So, and more specifically, if I were to steer the conversation on videos, every publisher in the country, large part of the consumption is happening on YouTube. We have not been successful in building our own platforms and building that sort of attraction of videos on our own platform. So to answer your question, I think, the advertiser problem is probably because of the disparity of English versus language CPMs. While there is a scale of audiences on the other side, the maturity of advertisers, they need to understand that this should happen at an ecosystem level, at a planner level, at every level in the pyramid, I would say.
Can I just add to that, that we've been, like, and I'm guilty of that, I have cited Bangla examples, we've got into Bangla, Telugu and Tamil and so on. But if you're talking about Hindi, then that's a very different scale. And I think that ecosystem is substantially more mature today, both from a publisher's perspective and an advertiser's perspective. So if you're going into states where your primary mode of communication becomes Hindi, your primary news gathering mechanism becomes Hindi, then those systems are extremely evolved, and they are perhaps, monetization is poor, I would agree with Sudipta, but at that scale you can still make monies and make a good business out of it. And there's every case to go into, delve deeper into why we can't do it with other languages in a sharp manner. But Hindi gives you brilliant audience reach, and I think that is recognized across the board.
Right. With your video offerings, as you penetrate deeper into tier 1, tier 2 cities or rural areas, how will your content strategy change as you're reaching out to that audience?
So when we look at content strategy, typically newsrooms do not do tier 1, tier 2 segmentation, right? You start with a fairly broad canvas of saying, hey, this is the state, this is the language, these are your audiences, this is the audience mix we think we have a right to win in, therefore we are going for this. This is an audience set which are existing set of advertisers, these are the cohorts they would like to advertise in, and therefore we believe we can monetize that. That's how you build a business case. In that journey with many places, we figured out that a lot of the growth which we would earlier see out of places like Lucknow and Bhopal have now migrated to much smaller towns, right? And in those towns also the specific, short video for example, most of that growth is coming from tier 3 cities, not even tier 2 cities, right? Because, it's an audience where perhaps you've grown up holding that 6-inch screen in your hand, right? That's how you consume. You're biometrically tuned to that form of consumption. So to that extent, as we build and as we delve into new territories, we sort of learn, and with each state there is a slightly different learning that publishers have. And with different publishers it will be different, right? Because most publishers who have legacy businesses will have footprints in some states where they will be perceived as the brand standing for something and having a slightly mature and older audience. But if you go into new virgin territory, your perception is going to be completely different, and I think people under 25 are willing to just try out anything they sort of stumble upon. And in that case, you can break through brand loyalties much easier and simpler, right? So that's been my experience.
But these areas also suffer from a bandwidth issue, right? Especially when it comes to video offerings. How do you overcome that?
So it's a hard one, Benita, and there's no right or wrong to it. See, typically, if you were to ask me this question in the context of platform delivery, own platforms, and I were to, for a moment, disconnect myself from videos and probably address text, you know, at a few years back in time, we were probably following an approach of optimizing for light performances, 2G audiences, and so on. But for videos, it's very difficult. I mean, videos, obviously, the ecosystem has evolved. I mean, there are multiple formats coming in. There are, you know, better delivery rates in terms of technology which are enabling it, frame rates, compression tech, all that coming in. But overall, in the last 3 to 5 years, again, going back to my moot point, that this is all centered around YouTube or Facebook or Insta, right? Now, O&O platforms, to a certain extent, some players have made a head start, and I think due credit to them. But will we be able to influence infrastructure? I don't think so. I think, like I said, everyone in the ecosystem needs to come together. With 5G now coming in, I am hoping that 4G and 3G adoption in the villages and towns, low cost smartphones again going there, Geo phones making a foray. I think, just connecting back to Srikant's point, another 5 years down the line, we might just see that this might just be the next wave. Yeah. But yeah, I mean, it's a technical challenge right now.
But beyond the major state languages, is there an attempt to reach out to the local dialects, like for example, Awadhi, Tulu, or Konkani for that matter?
There is, but we have largely not been very, very successful there. For two reasons. I think one, there is on the supply side, you're finding it hard to, look at a Gen Z sort of an audience taking up that as a career opportunity or journalism in Konkani. It's very difficult. And to keep him aspirationally glued to that perspective is another challenge. Now, on the demand side, obviously there is a demand, and you see that in form of short video content. But then there is the other paradigm where anyone with a mobile phone becomes a content creator. And you are basically living in that era of fighting for viewership, news. What is it that you want to optimize for? So in our experiments, yes, there is a market for it. But I would say that in the overall schematics of language businesses, we are still a long way to go there and figure out the right monetization balance versus audience balance.
But why would you want to do Tulu? People who, there is no script. It's Kannada.
Video offerings.
No, I'm saying that audience understands Kannada also, because in Karnataka there are 5 languages. So the guys who speak Tulu, 100% know Kannada. Kannada speaking may not know Tulu, but Tulu speaking 100% know Kannada. Likewise, Marathi speaking will not know Konkani. Konkani speaking knows Marathi.
Right.
So, so if you have to attack a Konkani audience, they know Marathi. No, you can do Marathi videos there.
But if we are to, let's say, there are to be such platforms, what do you think about the monetization aspect? Will advertisers be interested?
Why would you want to create more cost and keep increasing supply? India is lopsided any which way. You got massive supply, there is no demand. Till the time we become some $10 trillion economy, your advertising story is not going to increase the way. It's all GDP connected, right? You can't suddenly expect that if I supply kar dungi, to yahan demand aa jayega. Nahi aayega waisa. So it has to be directly relevant.
Yeah.
Otherwise, there is no point.
Has HT Digital attempted anything on that side?
So where we have significant demand, for example, you would find that in Bhojpuri is one example that comes to mind, right? Where I can find both the talent and an audience for it, I will try and do that. And I will sort of, you're right, GDP, it's advertising monies are a function of GDP, yes. But I will hope at some point the advertising monies will flow in for the right audiences. However,
Bhojpuri is correct.
Correct. So but I'm saying, so everybody who understands Bhojpuri will understand Hindi, and they were doing fairly well with the news requirements in Hindi. But Bhojpuri, I have the talent, I have the audiences, and therefore I can marry the two. For a Maithili or a Awadhi, I would sort of struggle for both. Maybe there are audiences, we haven't explored them as yet, but the talent is not available. So if I don't have content creators willing to create content in that dialect, right? And this has to be primarily audio video led, right? Dialect does not have written text to it. I will struggle to create content, right? So that's the balance of it.
All right. Does the audience have any questions? All right, that's it. Thank you so much. It was really interesting, the entire debate around regional news. Hopefully, we'll see more video offerings coming in 2023. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Benita, for moderating this session, and thank you to all our panelists for keeping it interesting. Thank you very much. We are just awaiting the token of thanks for them. While it comes in, can we all pose for the group picture, please? I think thank you to all our panelists. I think we'll have the token of thanks given to them on their seats. We'll have them delivered there. Thank you so much. And now, ladies and gentlemen, as we move forward with the agenda of the day, it's time to take a tea break, and we'll resume with the final session of this conference at 5:25 p.m. I request to please join us back in the hall at 5:25 to go ahead with the next session of the conference. Thank you so much. Join us for tea outside. refreshed yourself. You're here with us in the Future of News conference. Before we begin and move towards the next session of the evening, we would like to once again thank our partners, our presenting partner News 18 Media, powered by Partner Public App, Platinum Partner ABP Live, Knowledge Partner Nielsen Media, and live streaming partner 24 Frames Digital for their support. And as I said, this is the final session of the evening, so please join your hands and extend a very warm welcome to the panelists on the session, the panel named Leveraging the Power of Social Media. Now, with the ascendancy of the mobile phone, much of the news video consumption is on social media. What have news broadcasters learned about how best to use the awesome power of social media? Let's quickly get on with it and invite on the stage Mr. Dipit Purkayastha, co-founder and CSO of InShots. Thank you, Mr. Dipit, for joining us. We also have with us Mr. Sumir Mathur, Chief Strategy Officer, Dentsu Creative. And we're also being joined on the panel by Mr. Vinay Sarawagi, Senior Vice President, Digital Content, Times Network. Thank you, gentlemen, for joining us for this panel. And to moderate this, I would like to invite onto stage Ms. Venkata Susmita Biswas, Executive Editor, AFAX. Over to you, Venkata.
Thank you. So I think the entire day we spent talking about everything from formats, breaking news being, the point of discussion there, monetization, advertisers and what they look for from TV news channels, regional, and I think the only piece in the puzzle left to discuss about is social media and what the internet enables for news broadcasters and news platforms. So if I can start with you, Deepit, if you can tell us maybe, to go back to the inception of InShots. Back then, I guess it was still, news was a TV consumption, TV first sort of consumption. Now, in certain pockets, you go to Twitter for to get the latest, and if you're tracking Elon Musk, then it just has to be Twitter and nowhere else. So therefore, I want you to tell us what was the thought process at that point that got you to go with this format of news in brief, and that coming down just from the notification bar of sorts. Where did it all start for InShots?
Yeah, so the basic insight was actually around short form content, and that's what our company has been built on, right from our first product, which was InShots, as well as our second product, Public, which has a much larger audience as of today. So the core insight was that with smartphones becoming the primary mode of content consumption, the earlier formats of content that were there on the internet, especially around news, was mostly content that had been dumped online by traditional publishers without rethinking what was necessary for the internet ecosystem. And for desktop readers, it was still fine, but the challenge kind of became for like traditional content creators that for the mobile audience, the same content format didn't work, right? So that's the gap kind of we exploited, and we understood the opportunity of, like, we were in our college, and mostly students in our peer group, we were studying in an IIT, and most people in the peer group were people who are generally interested in general knowledge, generally interested in reading news, things like that. But none of them had kind of migrated their newspaper reading behavior online. Most of them had stopped reading newspapers, but they were not consuming anything online. So basically there was a gap in the right form factor to kind of consume news online, and InShots kind of fit right there. But at that time, data consumption was obviously not that cheap for people. So gradually by 2017-18, when data consumption became cheap, we brought say another 500 million kind of people into the ambit of the internet space, and primarily all of them were like mobile first internet users. For them, we kind of reimagined the same thing, like whatever we did while reimagining InShot, we did the same thing for the 500 million audience, and who are looking for information, and people who are looking for information are generally people who are kind of more premium amongst the large kind of audience base that India provides. So those more premium audiences are looking for content online, and what is the right platform for it? So Public kind of got born with that kind of a vision, that how do we give short form content in the vernacular languages, in the people's dialects, and kind of have a reach that has been unparalleled. So I can talk about more about it later.
Sure. Sumit, if I can bring you in here, you have been, seeing how consumers evolve, how they consume content and not just news. And Deepith rightfully said, they identified this gap of short form, content consumption for the mobile interface in specific. Can you tell us a little bit about content consumption today, and tie that with news as you see it, news content as it is evolving on social media platforms?
Sure. So I think fundamentally the way we consume news has changed, right? I don't think people were snacking on news earlier. We now actually snack on news. News used to be something that happened in the morning or in the afternoon or in the evening. Now news is 24/7. And I don't just mean it from a broadcaster perspective that the channel runs 24/7. It's even consumers who are consuming news 24/7. And what that has done, there are a lot of new things that have happened. For example, there is research that says that there is news avoidance that occurs now because there is just so much of it, right? And unfortunately, if you click on something, the algorithm will ensure that you will get 5 more similar things thrown at you. So after a point of time, a lot of people say, okay, I might as well switch off totally rather than, select what I'm viewing. So what they found is that news filtering doesn't happen, but news avoidance starts taking place. So that has changed a lot. The one thing I think we should all keep in mind, and I think Nipit mentioned it, is this, television news took the character of television programming, whether good or bad, that's another debate, but they took the character of television programming in order to get the eyeballs. Somewhere, news online needs to learn from social media. So if Facebook is talking thumb stopper content, what could that mean for news? It doesn't only mean breaking news. It could also mean different things. So what could that mean for news? We tend to believe that online is a lean-in medium, but there is a lot of scrolling that happens, right? So how would you get somebody to stop? And how would you get somebody to read? That has changed. In fact, this is a great panel because what we have are 2 different formats of storytelling, right? Which both are in the same business, but are telling you the same thing very differently. There is a new consumer, if you've noticed, who wants in-depth stories. So there are also places like the Ken, which have come up, which give you long format. It is almost like there is a customer who's saying, okay, I want to go beyond the headline. I was talking to somebody recently and he said, nobody talks about news after 4 minutes because nobody knows enough. Everybody just knows the headline, right? So can you talk about a topic after 4 minutes? Is it true, a true news hound would know that. So things are changing. I think consumers are evolving. I think technologies are evolving. But we still don't know where it will all end, but let's see.
Vinay, can I come to you? You must be seeing, the data flowing in from your own platform, your maybe YouTube channel, your social media presence, be it, Facebook, Instagram, wherever your content might be. What is it that viewers, consumers are going for from a news content point of view on these various platforms? How do they get to your websites? Can you tell us?
So, see, of course, there's a lot of kind of democratization when it comes to even consumer choice. They don't just come through, some of the big social media platforms like, say, Facebook or Twitter. Obviously, is a more English-centric. So, Deepith would say that a public app is far bigger than Twitter in India in that sense in terms of overall audience reach. So depending on which language we are talking about, audiences are, coming from various social media platforms. So in that sense, we are not just talking about 2 or 3 platforms, we are talking about dozens of platforms. That's level 1. Second is, see, while audiences are on multiple platforms, they are essentially looking for a story, right? In that sense, the story itself is defining the community. The reason I say that is that when social media started, the idea was that, your immediate social affinity, be it your family, your workplace, your society, your neighborhood, right? News is a local phenomena. So that would decide your idea of community. The traditional lens of physical transcending to virtual. Here what's also happening is that because I like certain kind of a story in certain kind of a format, so that is becoming a online or a virtual community. So people who like A genre of story, people who like B format of storytelling, right? Of course, there are some trends which are broader, and I think since morning you guys have been discussing that, which is short video, being the buzzword, and of course, it solves a mobile problem, it solves the attention span problem. It also partly at least addresses the internet bandwidth issue, which is there still for the last 30% of our citizens or audiences. So all in all, the story has become far more plural. Now when it comes to me as a publisher, I think I will have to partly go back to my fundamentals, which is the story that I'm telling and the value that I bring to the table. Because with user-generated content, no matter whether you have 100 journalists or 1,000 journalists, you can't ever compete with 20 million or 30 million, right? Now, when does the thin line in today's era between a user-generated content and a journalistic storytelling, when do we cross that thin line, and what does it take to cross that thin line? So obviously trust, equity, and all these things which when we talk at a broader level may sound too philosophical, but when it comes to important stories, that trust and that equity really matters. So I think as publishers, we will have to keep our fundamentals intact while obviously dancing to the tunes of technology.
So, Deepit, is that dancing to the tunes of technology, is that where, the public app comes in, you see how consumers have evolved since in shorts, and can you tell us how you have, changed your approach, how different is this public offering that you have based on how consumers are interacting with news content on social media platforms?
Yeah, so I think one thing is that, I think where our conversation started, it was about how consumers are consuming content on social media and how content creators are supposed to leverage that. There's another phenomenon that's happening that I'd like to talk about, which is that since audiences are spending a large amount of time on social media, their habit of content consumption is being shaped by social media. So even if they are going and visiting another application or another publisher's website or application or a platform like Public, their expectation from that platform is like it would be of a social media platform. So basically short form content kind of fits that when they are scrolling, as he was saying earlier, that thumb stopping content. So that thumb stopping behavior and the content, the audience is making the content compete with other content on that platform to make that thumb stop. So that exists even on other platforms. So the only way to stand out as an independent application from the large big tech platforms is to kind of think of what is the value addition that your platform is bringing to your audience, right? So for example, in Shorts, the value addition was that you will not get cluttered by opinions. There will be only factual stories within 60 words curated for your personal interests, Simple. Like every day you'll come 4 times, 5 times a day and you'll consume this. It's a very, very simple proposition, but it stands out from any other platform because every other platform would talk about journalistic kind of editorials, opinions, etc. While a large amount of audience or number of audience actually wants a break from that. They just want कि मुझे बस facts बताओ and like I want to know what's happening, just the facts, I'll create my own opinion. Similarly on public, the value addition that we kind of thought of was that the large population of India, they don't care about what the RBI is doing in terms of its repo rate. They care about their neighborhood market, is the price of onions rising in say a tier 2 town in India, or has there been a big crime in their neighborhood, or so the definition of news and credible news is different for that kind of an audience, and that is exactly what this platform solves, and with credibility. So on the platform we have about 6,000, 7,000 journalists among our 1 lakh creators who are creating content, and they have a credibility associated in their account. So they have a different kind of a tick mark, which is a green tick for just for journalists who are kind of accredited or associated with their local press clubs, and they have their own accounts. So this platform has grown to more than 70 million kind of users in India, and we are active in 600 districts of the country. So the thing is, so the larger point is that there is a social mediaification of content consumption anywhere in any kind of platform, you know, and everybody needs to think like that, whether we are an in-shorts or a public or someone else.
If I can ask you, so he says, you know, there's social mediaification of content in some sense, but how are these social media platforms acting as enablers for news platforms today? I mean, when we say leveraging the awesome power of you know, social media, so from a distribution standpoint, how has the ecosystem evolved?
No, so see, there are 2-3 questions within your question. One is, when we say social mediaification, there are multiple layers to it, right? Social mediaification is happening at format level, wherein short video and thumb stopping and card format, so to speak. Because on mobile that really comes easy. And today in your fast-paced life, when you're moving and all that, you know, that content is very easy to consume. So in that sense, I fully agree with Deepit that, you know, this format innovation by social media companies has really led the way, and I think publishers all over the world are working with it. The second bit would be, you know, this broader trend that, you know, in languages, there's so much expansion because less than 10% of India, you know, reads or consumes English. So that sort of, you know, everyone reaching out the broad set of audiences, other than, I think he gave an example of Ken or something, someone who wants to really remain niche. Other than that, if you are trying to talk to India today, you can't separate that from talking to Bharat. So at that level, social media and internet both have, you know, together brought Bharat and India closer. Third is, you know, this entire idea that Deepit was talking about, that, you know, these journalists, he said they already give it some green tick, you said, right? Yeah, so clearly they were ahead of Elon Musk on that one. And so you see, they are using this green tick to tell you that, you know, this is coming from someone who is a journalist, right? I was coming exactly from that point that a user might tell a story which becomes an act of citizen journalism, which is great. And we need to do more of that, and we need to, publisher also need to figure out innovative ways of engaging with that. But at the same time, that only reminds us again that no matter how big a platform you create, how smooth a technology you have, and what awesome, you know, experience you create, you will always need that trust factor. So whether you use a tick mark, you know, even if you are Elon Musk, supposedly smartest person on the planet, you can be a great product tech leader, but the moment you try to behave as editor-in-chief of America, you have to step back, you know. So that's where I think at product level, at experience level, there are a lot of learnings. As much as there are, I think, learnings because publishing houses which were earlier either only in say 1 or 2 languages, be it vernacular or Hindi or English. Today everyone is doing everything, right? So I think that's the broader trend. But at the same time, I think I'll keep coming back to this thing that when you need trust, when you need certain rigor, when you need that hallmark that okay, this story would have gone through certain amount of fact check, that it's reliable, you need that journalism.
And what about distribution on social media platforms? How has that evolved as well?
No, so social media obviously is playing a massive role in bringing in new audiences to news content. A lot of that doesn't monetize very well. But I wouldn't blame either side, because I think in the panel before this, there was this argument that it also depends on how big our economy is, and all that debate will also come in. But definitely, I think today for any publisher, anywhere between 20% to 40%, depending on which publisher you're talking about, what kind of language set you're talking about. Audiences come from various sets of, as I was telling you, dozens of social media platforms. It's no more just about Meta, it's no more just about a platform. So Deepit might be giving 2% or 5% to a publisher, and there's Delhi Hunt, there is, so there are aggregators, and there's social media platforms in smaller languages, etc.
Okay. So you touched upon sorry, you wanted to say
I just wanted to come in on the topic of trust, because I think that is quite a, it's quite a rich topic, and lots of things have happened around it. So when COVID broke and it was a black swan event, a lot of people, and this was tracked data, which tracked that consumers actually went back to legacy publishers, because they started believing that misinformation on COVID is so high and everybody is saying anything, that I need to go back to people that I have trusted. So whether it was in India or abroad, we found that people ended up trusting publications like the Times of India more because of their legacy. On the other hand, on social media, everything that I'm reading, especially on social media, is coming verified by somebody just like me. Right? So my mother-in-law is now my managing editor also. So there is that trust as well, right? Somebody like me, my friend, is posting this or is sharing this. So that gets connected to the validity of the news story itself. So it's quite a interesting age that we are going through in terms of trust, and whose word will we believe, especially because we are also polarized more than ever before. So.
And is it that the greater the trust you're able to build, you will then be able to monetize that from subscribers? Because you mentioned Ken, right, and there's Morning Context, there's ET Prime, Money Control Prime, all of that. So if we can speak a little about monetization, maybe if you would like to, go for it first.
Sure, I think there's a life cycle to this. There is an evolution to this. There is a lot of news, but there is a lot of news pollution also right now. Also because the, how do I put it? The production element has been taken away, right? Anybody with a camera can do something and post something. So on one level, everything looks the same. The barriers of running a newsroom versus having something out there has come down. So that has changed. I think over a period of time, people will realize the value of news. And then there will be some people who will say, no, I'm good with what I get free. And there will be some people who will say, no, I need to know more. And I'm willing to pay for it more, because I probably take decisions basis the news that I consume. And therefore I want that to be in-depth, therefore I want it to be, more verified, etc. So I think it's an evolution, and you will find people going for both kinds of news.
Vinay, where are we in this evolution journey of consumers of news being willing to pay for news online?
We are at a very, very nascent stage, and I think we are at a stage which can partly be described as pre-evolution, if I may use that term, because the entire universe would be hardly 500,000 people who are actively paying for news at this point of time. And interestingly, there is a lot of overlap among these people. So you can partly say that, these are the discerning ones, or these are people who really care about what they are reading. They put a lot of premium on, what their intake is vis-a-vis the intellectual argument or facts of the matter, etc. Right? Because when you say that, fact itself can be debated in the sense that, the old age-old saying that, data can sometimes lie. And that's something I think in the increasingly polarized world, political parties or different people on different spectrum of society tend to use, right? So you may say that, just because it's a one bullet point, it's factual, but that might just be an outlier in the entire story. So having said that, I think as a publisher, I really hope that this evolution will help much faster, and I also hope that this evolution will be aided partly by technology, because in today's day and age, you can't see at any point technology as a contrarian or adversary effect, because the same technology which can create these millions and millions of audiences which earlier would take decades to build, today, in a matter of couple of quarters, you can reach those audiences. So maybe micropayments, maybe some sort of a bundled models, etc. Because I don't think we can necessarily, in this case, follow the NYT example in India or something like that, because audiences are very different, their expectations are very different, behavior is different, and economy size and all that is different. So when we say middle class in India, for that guy also, $1,000 decision really becomes a dinner table conversation. So I think it's an evolution cycle, and I think we will have to find our own solutions which are, very deeply rooted in our economic and cultural milieu.
Okay. And Deepat, if I can bring you in, we have 2 minutes. 3 years from now, if you had to reimagine in shots and public, so right now we are at the public stage, so 2025, if you had to reimagine what news consumption would look like and what your offering for the consumers of 2025 would look like, what is that direction that you might go after?
I think the biggest mistake any company can make is to imagine the future. And the best thing a company can do is to learn from what's happening right now around them. So I wouldn't like to comment on that. Instead, I'd like to say that I think linked to that point and also linked to your monetization point earlier, that companies should really think, because it's India is not a large market like US, as Vinay was also earlier kind of stating. India needs, and hence for content creating companies, enabling platforms like us, as well as new age social media platforms, like we have different kinds of platforms under our single company. What is really key is like figuring out innovative business models, right? To kind of make business and sustain whatever you are doing, like whatever the consumer is finding value in. And there is no one size fits all. Like for example, probably public will figure out its own unique innovation that that kind of drives its revenue, versus what InShots did, versus what Times will do, and versus what a Ken will do, for example, right? So everybody will have their own model. Someone will focus on small audience, but very loyal, high paying kind of customers. Someone will go more broader. But having said all of that, one thing that has worked for us really in terms of monetization is being very innovative in terms of, so we think of content also, advertisement as well, also as a form of content. Like advertiser is, and coming from your kind of agency, you would also have that kind of a thought process, that how do you take the advertiser's point of view or the advertiser's messaging to the audience, and we are a very strong enabler in that. Like, in fact, we have one of the best in class kind of brand studio solutions within the company, and that's an investment we made without even knowing that this is called brand studio solutions, that a consultant told us later, oh, you are doing what New York Times did back so many years ago. So, you know, being very innovative on that. So that is really important.
Okay. Thank you. And I think that kind of sums up where we are at, and point well taken about not imagining the future, but definitely looking forward to whatever the future of news holds for all of us. Thank you so much for your time today.
Thank you.
Thank you, Venkata, for moderating the session, and thank you to all the panelists. Venkata, I request you to please present them with a small token of thanks. Thank you once again. So ladies and gentlemen, it's been a very engaging day laced with meaningful discussions, very relevant to the business of news, both in television and online video here at the Future of News Conference 2022. Thank you so much for being there to attend this. Before we end, we would definitely like to thank our partners once more, our presenting partner News 18 India, powered by Partner Public App, our platinum partner ABP Live, knowledge partner Nielsen Media, and live streaming partner 24 Frames Digital for their support. Also, please note that we will begin the Future of News Awards shortly. But for that, if you're attending the awards, you need to collect your badge. Please go to the registration desk outside and collect your new badges. We will see you soon with the awards. Thank you so much. I'm Ritika, your host for the evening, and on behalf of AFAX, it is an absolute pleasure to welcome all of you to the maiden edition of the Future of News Awards 2022. Now, we are all here this evening to celebrate and acknowledge some outstanding work that has been done in television news and in online video space. But don't you think that maiden editions call for even more generous round of applauses to start with than usual? Can we start with a huge round of applause, please? So we have 104 awards in 23 categories this evening, ladies and gentlemen. 104 awards, so you can imagine the kind of effort that's been put in by AFAX team to put this entire show together. Can we have a round of applause for the entire AFAX team that's worked so hard to have this all going? And how can we not mention the jury? Of course, to come up with 104 awards takes a lot of time, a lot of effort. So we're going to take time and thank each one of our jury members. We're going to start with Mr. Atul Srivastava from Laksha Media Group, Mr. Deepak Ajwani from Times Internet, Mr. Harshdeep Chabra from Mindshare, Ms. Jasmine Sachdeva from Zenith, Mr. Naveen Kathuria, DDB Mudra Group, Ms. Neha Chimbulkar from Quora, Mr. Pradeep Dwivedi from Eros Media World, Mr. Raj Naik from House of Chair, Mr. Rajesh Upadhyay, Jagra New Media, Mr. Sabas Joseph from Wizcraft International Entertainment, Ms. Subha Srinivasan Iyer from Godrej Consumer Products, Ms. Sujata Dwivedi from Densu, and Yatnesh Pandey from Greenply. Can we have a huge round of applause for all of our jury members, please, for all the effort that they've put in. Now, most of our jury members are actually based out of Delhi, and they regret not being present here to attend this in person. But we are very glad that we are being joined this evening by Mr. Deepak Ajwani and Mr. Rajesh Upadhyay. Two of our jury members will be with here this evening. So that was about the jury and the AFAX team that's done its work. Now the audience needs to do its work throughout this evening. All of you are winners in this crowd. So when anyone out of you comes onto the stage to receive their award, please be generous with your applause. This is being streamed live, by the way, on AFAX social media handles. And I have Akriti from the social media team of AFAX to actually check and stream live that how's the Josh in the audience. So are we ready for a Josh check? How's the Josh? How's the Josh? Okay, there's a promise. If you perform better the third time, we will open the bar 15 minutes before the scheduled time. So, how's the Josh? You know, that was a trick and it always works. I think you got what you wanted, Akriti. Thank you so much. Okay, a round of applause from a lovely audience here before we get started. And with this, a Josh, let's invite onto stage Mr. Shrikant Khandekar, co-founder and CEO of AFAX, to open the awards ceremony and tell us a little bit more about the awards. Mr. Shrikant Khandekar.
Good evening, everyone. You know, when you're standing here as an organizer and you see a full house, that really makes your, it feels good, okay? So thank you for being here. So I just want to run you through a few things, some in a systematic way and some kind of random, but I want you to get a better sense of what this thing is about, okay? So as you probably know, the awards celebrate the best of TV news as well as online video news, okay? Because a lot of the news consumption has moved online, so we thought it ought to reflect that. So while TV networks are obviously the major participants, we also have many entries from pure play online players, and a few of them have done very well. Okay. The jury consisted, as you got to know, of 13 senior advertising, media and marketing people. Now, I must admit to one thing. I was very keen when we were formulating, this award. I was very keen that people from within the TV news community, including people who are here, ought to be on the jury. But everybody advised me against this. Okay, I'm being honest about this. And I thought to myself that AFAX does several advertising, some of the very large advertising awards, and we have jurors who are from ad agencies, and they are judging the work of rival agencies. So why can't we do it here? But since everybody thought it was a bad idea, I bowed to popular opinion. But one day I hope we'll also have jurors from the TV news business. So the jurors have rated on a scale of 1 to 10, 1 being the lowest, 10 being the best. That's pretty obvious. Each entry has been judged by between 5 and 7 jurors. Okay, I think this is important for you to know. So many jurors have judged each entry. One really fantastic thing is that the average score of all entries, all the entries which were made, not the winners, is 5.9. Okay, 5.9 out of 10, which I think is actually damn good in terms of quality of entries. Though obviously from one category to another there are variations. There are some categories in which you might find that the winners scored is not so good, but maybe there were not enough entries in that category. And another one, there were more entries and the winners scored much more. One thing we've done this time is, in the interest, one of the things is, in the interest of transparency, we have displayed the jury rating on each winner's slide. Okay, so you can see that somebody got a score of 5.8, 7.2, whatever it was. So you get a sense of what it took to get a gold in a particular category. Okay. One important thing I'd like to mention, when it comes to ethics, AFAX is many of you may not know AFAX, in an intimate way, but we are very old-fashioned. Okay, the reporting team and the sales teams are separate. A sales executive cannot, or a sales manager, or anybody cannot tell a reporter who should be covered because that company is an advertiser. We just don't do it. I know it's terribly old-fashioned because I think all the lines have been blurred now in much of media, but to each their own. This is the way we are built and have been for the last 23, 24 years. I like to believe that people trust AFAX, and this is one of the reasons they do it. Now, the reason I'm mentioning this to you, is there's a specific reason. There are some fantastic awards and there are some terrible awards. And I'm not talking about this space, I'm talking generally in India, okay? So I want to underline the fact that we go strictly by the scores that the jurors have given, okay? So I'm just saying it in capital letters. We do not sell our awards, okay? So we never have and we never will. And only that the jurors believe are deserving are the ones that you'll see on this podium. And as an organizer, I'm very proud to tell you that I have no say in who wins and who loses. Okay, so because there is this belief that organizers can do this, etc. Maybe they can, but we don't do it. Okay, so the jury's decision is truly final. Couple of random things about making entries. I think because I've seen a lot of awards over my many years in advertising, media, marketing. Some you will know and some I think I should just underline. One of the biggest flaws I find in entries is that the participant does not create a context for that entry. Okay, so you may think you have made an entry because you think your entry is great, but what is so great about the entry may not be visible to a juror who has many other entries to look at. Okay, I would just like to point out that when Lagan was entered, I think it was in Cannes, Amir Khan actually flew down there to tell people about British India and about the game of cricket, because if the juror was a Portuguese or an American, he had no way he was going to know anything about it. He would wonder, what the hell is Lagan about, right? So that's one. The second is, please keep the commentary short. The fewer words, the better. I mean, weigh your words. The third is, provide some hard facts in the entry, even if the guidelines don't ask you for hard facts, because I found that when there's some basic fact, I think a juror has a sense of comfort. That's one. Fourth is avoid jargon, because when you use jargon, I know it from jurors, they doubt the credibility of the entry itself, because they think this looks like some corporate BS, okay? And just one or two more things. If you have a great piece of work, enter it in more than one category if you think it's that good, if the criteria allows you to do that. If you look at some of the big international advertising awards, I think including the one, the Unfiltered History of the World, I think it was by Dentsu, which won, usually at Cannes, very often a single piece of work or two pieces of work allow agencies to sweep the awards. Okay, so if you have a great piece of work, see which are the categories in which you can enter it. And lastly, assuming that the quality of the work of different agencies is equal, then the agency which makes more entries is more likely to win more awards. Okay, and this is just a statistical thing. Okay, but I have just seen this over decades. It's always like that. My point is that if you have made 5 entries, it's unlikely that an agency or a media brand can dominate an evening with 5 entries. They may do very well, but the agency which makes it 20, 30, 40 entries has a greater chance of doing this. This is just a statistical truth. You don't have to do it, but that's how it is. Okay, that's all from me for now. Thank you for participating in the Future of News Awards. I wish you all good luck, and may the best man or maybe the best woman win. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Mr. Srikanth, for setting the contest for the evening. So, ladies and gentlemen, the stage is set. Fasten your seatbelts and, of course, get your cameras out as we get started with the first category. To present the first few categories, I would like to request Mr. Rajesh Upadhyay, a jury member for the Future of News Awards and also Editor-in-Chief and SVP of Jagran New Media, to please join me on stage. Mr. Rajesh Upadhyay. So we have Mr. Rajesh here with us. Let's get started with the first category, which is the Best Breaking News Story, Hindi. Every category has bronze, silver and gold winners. In this category, the bronze winner is Amar Ujala for the entry, Breaking News entry.
उद्धव ठाकरे मुसीबत में आ गए हैं, लेकिन मुसीबत की वजह उन्होंने खुद पैदा की। ऐसे में यह जानना जरूरी है कि उद्धव ठाकरे ने कैसे बीजेपी को एक बड़ा मौका दिया है। उद्धव ठाकरे की कुछ बड़ी गलतियां रही हैं जो सिर्फ 2.5 साल के दौरान ही नहीं बल्कि सरकार बनाने से पहले भी उन्होंने की हैं। उनकी ऐसी कौन सी 5 बड़ी गलतियां हैं जो उन पर भारी पड़ी हैं, और इतनी भारी पड़ी हैं कि सिर्फ सत्ता हाथ से नहीं गई है बल्कि शिवसेना में एक बड़ी फूट हुई है। शिवसेना का एक बड़ा तबका बागी हो गया है और यह ज्यादा बड़ा झटका है। सत्ता आती जाती रहती है, संगठन।
So that's the bronze winner, Amar Ujala, for Breaking News Story in the category Best Breaking News Story Hindi. Do we have anyone here from Amar Ujala to receive it? Yes, we do. Congratulations, Amar Ujala, and the silver winner in this category is ABP Network for the entry ABP News Khabar Din Bhar.
प्रकाश जी, मुझे लगा कि भाई मैं सोचा कि भाई चलिए बहुत हो गया, अब मैं सीधे सीधे इस पार्टी की प्राथमिक सदस्यता से इस्तीफा आपके माध्यम से कर रहा हूं, चिट्ठी में अभी भेज दी। मैं बिल्कुल बताइए साहब। अरे भाई बताइए जरा।
राबड़ी देवी के आवास पर विधायकों के पहुंचने का सिलसिला शुरू हो गया है और आरजेडी के सभी विधायकों को अभी मीडिया में बयान देने से मना किया गया है। बैठक में मोबाइल भी लाने से मना कर दिया गया है।
मुझे लगता है थोड़ी देर का और इंतजार करना चाहिए कि आज के दिन जो है ये।
So let's hear it up for the silver winner, ABP Network, for the entry ABP News Khabar Din Bhar. And the gold winner in the category is TV9 Network for the entry Ukraine War Breaking.
चल रहा विवाद आखिरकार जंग में तब्दील हो गया। रूस के राष्ट्रपति पुतिन ने एक ऑर्डर दिया और रूस की आर्मी ने यूक्रेन पर चौतरफा हमला कर दिया। रूस की आर्मी के सामने यूक्रेन की ताकत बेहद कमजोर है। लगातार नेटो के समर्थन की उम्मीद से रूस को चुनौती दे रहे यूक्रेन के राष्ट्रपति जेलेंस्की अब भी रूस से लड़ने का ऐलान कर रहे हैं। जेलेंस्की को अब भी उम्मीद है कि वो रूस को जवाब दे सकते हैं। इस पर चर्चा करेंगे, लेकिन पहले आपको यूक्रेन की तबाही की पूरी कहानी 10 तस्वीरों के जरिए दिखा देते हैं। रूस ने यूक्रेन के कई शहरों को रॉकेट के जरिए निशाना बनाया। इस रॉकेट अटैक
Can we have TV9 Network on stage, please, to receive their gold for entry Ukraine War Breaking? Many congratulations. Before we move on to the next category, which is the best breaking news story English, just a word here that as soon as we announce the name of the winner, please start walking towards the stage so that we can cover the awards a little faster. While your video plays out, you can just join us on stage and then we have the trophy giving. Having said that, let's move on to the bronze in this category. Once again, TV9 Network for the entry Bringing Down the Towers. The bronze in Best Breaking News Story English.
Twice the height of Qutub Minar, the monstrous twin towers cemented in corruption, a band of pensioners stood even taller.
एक जुनून था, एक commitment.
And the silver winner in this category is Z Media for the entry Sri Lanka Economic Crisis.
Streets go dark as food and fuel run out. The Rajapaksas face their biggest...
Z Media, I think you should stay back. I think Z Media should stay back because they're also gold winners in the category for the entry Roger Federer's retirement announcement. Z Media wins both the silver and gold in the category Best Breaking News Story English.
A video where he speaks for about 4 minutes or so, saying that at the age of 41, having played 1,500 matches over the last 24 years of his career, he is now ready to take a break. He says that his body has been giving him a very clear message.
Huge congratulations Z Media for winning 2 in the category. Moving on now to the category Best Business Program Hindi. For this, now we have a tie for the silver. We do not have a bronze winner in this, but a tie for silver. The first silver winner is India Today Group for the entry Biz Money.
जो पैसे
पैसा कमाना चाहते हैं और उन्हें डर लगता है स्टॉक मार्केट में इन्वेस्ट करने से, उनको आप क्या मैसेज देना चाहेंगे?
मैं आपको डायरेक्टली ऑन कैमरा ये YouTube पे जाने वाला है, ठीक है, तो मैं आपको सबके सामने बता रही हूँ, आप किसी भी जो स्टॉक मार्केट के बारे में थोड़ा बहुत भी अच्छे से जानता है, आप उनको कुछ।
And the second silver winner in the category is TV9 Network for the entry Money Central.
नमस्कार, मनी 9 में आपका स्वागत है। मैं हूं शुभम शंकर। मनी सेंट्रल की शुरुआत करें उससे पहले मनी 9 के एडिटर अंशुमान तिवारी जी का स्वागत करते हैं। सर, बहुत स्वागत आज आपका। सबसे बड़ी खबर आज ओपेक की बैठक।
हाँ शुभम, मनी सेंट्रल में आपका भी स्वागत है और सारे दर्शकों का भी स्वागत है। ओपेक और तेल आज की हमारी सबसे बड़ी खबर है। हम न केवल आपको ये बताएंगे कि ओपेक के फैसले का क्या असर हुआ।
That's TV9 Network winning the silver in the category for Money Central. And moving on to the gold winner in the category, ladies and gentlemen, Z Media walking away with another gold. This one goes out for Z Business First Trade.
सवाल इस डील पर उठ रहे हैं, उस पर क्लैरिटी नहीं है। और अगर आम आदमी को, आपको, मुझे, इन्वेस्टर्स को, जो इनकी कंपनी में इतने सारे शेयर होल्डर्स हैं, आईपीओ में पैसे लगाए, अगर उनको इस पर क्लैरिटी चाहिए तो वो क्लैरिटी उन्हें मिल नहीं सकती है।
मिल सकती है अगर सेबी चाहे तो।
सेबी चाहे तो।
और यहाँ पर मेरी सेबी से बहुत बड़ी रिक्वेस्ट है
जी
कि कुछ न कुछ अब उन्हें ऐसा करने की ज़रूरत है कि ऐसी सिचुएशन में जहाँ कंपनियाँ कुछ बड़ा अनाउंसमेंट कर रही है।
Let's hear it up for Z Media, the gold winner in the category Best Business Program Hindi. Moving on to Best Business Program English. Here the bronze winner is TV9 Network for the entry The Monkster.
Mysterious monk, a rising corporate star, an unholy nexus, a scam of Himalayan proportions. India's biggest stock scam unraveled. Chitra Ram Krishna, the Monkster. This and more. Streaming on India's first OTT video magazine, News 9 Plus. Download now.
Many congratulations, TV9. Moving on to the silver winner in the category Best Business Program English. This one goes out to Business Standard for the entry The Business Standard Morning Show. Do we have anyone from the Business Standard here? I'm afraid not. We'll make sure this reaches them. Moving on to the gold winner in the category. This goes out to CNBC TV 18 for the entry CNBC TV 18 India Business Hour, the winner of gold in Best Business Program English. Do we have the CNBC TV 18 team here? I'm afraid not. We'll make sure this reaches CNBC. Moving on to our next category, which is Best Coverage of Entertainment Hindi. The bronze winner in this category is Times Internet for the entry NBT Fake It India. That's Times Internet winning the bronze for their entry NBT Fake It India for best coverage of entertainment Hindi. And Times Internet bagging another one in the same category. The silver also goes out to Times Internet for their entry NBT exclusive interview of actress Surbhi Tiwari on domestic harassment. Can we have you back on the stage, please?
ये परिवार कितना धोखेबाज है. I got married in a con family. बात बात पे धोखा, बात बात पे झूठ, हर चीज झूठ, हर चीज 180 डिग्री टर्न मारा इस परिवार ने. डोमेस्टिक वायलेंस तो पांचों के अगेंस्ट हुआ है. प्रवीण कुमार सिन्हा, लीला सिन्हा, श्वेता शिल्पा सिन्हा, प्रवीण के डैड. अंधेरी कोर्ट में किया है हमने. और 498A FIR जो हुआ है, 377 अननेचुरल सेक्स और वेरियस.
Let's hear it up for Times Internet, the winner of 2 prizes in the same category, Best Coverage of Entertainment Hindi. And now, ladies and gentlemen, the gold winner in the category Best Coverage of Entertainment Hindi, not very surprised, it's ABP Network for the entry, ABP News, Saas, Bahu aur Sazish.
यूनिवर्सल. भाई स्विट्जरलैंड की वादियों में वो फिल्मों में आपने कितनी बार देखा होगा, हमारी हीरोइन शिफॉन की साड़ी पहनकर यूं लहराती है और क्या खूबसूरत लगती है. वेल स्विट्जरलैंड में साड़ी तो नहीं, लेकिन स्विट्जरलैंड लेकर हम आपको जरूर जा रहे हैं. याद है ना आपको कि सोमवार के सोमवार आप और हम SBS ओरिजिनल्स के साथ करते हैं स्विट्जरलैंड की सैर विद अर्जुन बिजलानी एंड फैमिली. और आज डे 2 पे हम आपको लेके जा रहे हैं इंटरलाकन.
That's the gold winner, ABP Network, for the entry for Saas, Bahu aur Sazish in Best Coverage of Entertainment Hindi. Moving on to Best Coverage of Entertainment English, the bronze winner in this is Brute for the entry Brute India's Cannes coverage. Can we have the Brute team come on stage, please? Let's hear it up for the team.
There will come a day, I truly believe, where India won't have to be at Cannes, Cannes will be in India. But when we look back at the 75 years of Cannes, and I've said this earlier, there are literally a handful of Indian films or Indian actors or Indian talent that has been able to make it. Me? Oh, I wasn't expecting this. Thank you so much. First of all, congratulations to the India Pavilion आज ये inauguration के लिए. And मैं
That's Brute India with the bronze. Very interestingly, there is no silver, but there is a tie for gold in this category. The first gold winner is Z Media for their entry Beyond Wide Angle, Stream or Screen, What's the Future of Cinema?
Oscar goes to... Okay, Coda.
Coda has 3 Academy Award nominations this year, winning all 3 for actor.
now it's time to put your hands together for the other gold winner. That's the Quint for the entry. This is how South Indian films are dubbed in Hindi. I don't need to wonder where the Quint guys are sitting. That's where the cheers are coming from. Please join us on stage.
In the voicing industry, they call me voice of Rajnikant. Hello world, I am Chitti. Speed 1 terahertz, memory 1 zettabyte. कहने को तो इंसान हूँ लेकिन हूँ एक मशीन.
Dubbing itself is a big process. So we have to recreate those situations in our head and then we have to perform.
बाहुबली ने हमारे मुंबई की फिल्म इंडस्ट्री को चैलेंज दिया है.
Anytime, anywhere, anybody. I am ready.
When somebody comes to me and says,
That's the winner of gold in the category Best Entertainment Coverage English. Congratulations. Our fourth category for the evening is Best Animated Show Hindi. In this, we straight away have a gold winner, which is TV9 Network for the entry Money Comic.
लॉकडाउन की बरसी आई, गुल्लू गुप्ता में हुई लड़ाई. रामू की लस्सी की दुकान पर गुल्लू बैठे हैं. फिर गुल्लू बोले,
यार रामू, पता है आज कितनी तारीख है? आज तो 24 मार्च है भैया. तुझे पता है 2 साल पहले आज के ही दिन पीएम ने देश भर में लॉकडाउन लगा दिया था. हाँ, सही कह रहे हो. मुझे सब सामान लेकर अपने गांव भागना पड़ा था. काम धंधे पर पड़ी मार से अब तक उबर नहीं पाए.
That's TV9 Network, the gold winner in Best Animated Show Hindi. Congratulations. There is no winner in English in this category. So we move on to the next one, which is Best Coverage of Social Issues Hindi. The bronze winner in this category, ladies and gentlemen, is Jano Junction for the entry Transgenders Community Protest Coverage.
और आप देख रहे हैं जानो जंक्शन. आज पटना के कंकरबाग इलाके में किन्नरों का एक बड़ा प्रदर्शन देखने को मिला. मामला ये है कि बीते 2 दिनों में 2 किन्नरों की हत्या कर दी गई है. कल एक किन्नर उषा रानी की लाश उनके घर से मिली और आज दिन दहाड़े एक किन्नर सोनी को गोली मार दिया गया जब वो चिड़ियाटार पुल क्रॉस कर रही थी. सोनी की लाश को लेकर के किन्नर समुदाय ने पटना के कंकरबाग इलाके में श्री राम हॉस्पिटल के सामने चक्का जाम किया. ये चक्का जाम 3-4 घंटे तक चला जब तक पुलिस के और
Many congratulations, Jano Junction. And the silver winner for Best Coverage of Social Issues Hindi is Times Internet for the entry Price Hike Series.
रिक्शा चालक है जो उसके घर के अंदर मौजूद है. सबसे पहले आप ये घर देख लीजिए. ये संतोष अनुरागी का घर है. संतोष अनुरागी 28 साल का है और ये ई रिक्शा चलाता है. परिवार में माता पिता हैं, भाई बहन हैं और इसी ई रिक्शा से जो आय होती है उससे पूरा परिवार चलता है. तो संतोष, अब हम सीधा संतोष से बात कर लेते हैं. संतोष, ये बताओ कितने साल के हो?
Many congratulations, Times Internet, for winning a silver for Price Hike Series in Best Coverage of Social Issues Hindi. And the gold in the category goes to Network 18 for the entry Saas Lene Do News 18 India.
पंजाब के फतेहगढ़, सरहंद, फतेहाबाद और दूसरी जगहों के किसान पराली जलाने को अपनी मजबूरी बता रहे हैं। 6 तस्वीरें आइए आपको दिखाते हैं स्क्रीन पर। पंजाब के फतेहाबाद, सरहंद, फतेहगढ़ और
Many congratulations for the Gold Network 18. Next up, we have Best Coverage of Social Issues English. The bronze winner in the category is the Quint for the entry Voices Behind the Veil, the Human Cost of Karnataka's Hijab Bans.
तुमको माना मंजिल और मुसाफिर हो गया।
ओरिएंट और बीटीएस का आता है। बीटीएस
Can I go in the forest? How to get over?
Very interestingly, there is a tie for the gold in the category. The first gold winner is Z Media for the entry Beyond Wide Angle, Disability, Special People, Special Stories.
A shocking video of India's largest airline, Indigo, treating a passenger disrespectfully created headlines on the 7th of May. In the clip, you can see how the airline company refused to let the specially abled child and his family board the flight.
That's gold going out to Z Media for the entry Beyond Wide Angle, Disability, Special People, Special Stories. And the second gold winner here is the Quint for the entry Uprooted from Jammu to Srinagar, Stories of Kashmiri Pandits in Exile.
कश्मीर में आज की डेट में भी गड़बड़ है और आने वाला समय कश्मीरी पंडितों के लिए क्या लेके आएगा हमें नहीं पता। वो 90 से भी वर्स्ट होगा।
निशानी रखी है कौन जो भिखारी होगा वो भी शाम को घर जाता है, तो हम तो घर गृहस्थ वाले।
Many congratulations to the Quint, the gold winner in the category. Thank you, Mr. Rajesh. We'll give you a break before we call you again. Thank you so much. Moving forward, now I would like to request another jury member of ours, Mr. Deepak Ajwani, editor, The Economic Times Digital and AVP Times Internet, to please join us on stage to present the next few categories. Thank you, Mr. Deepak, for joining us. The next category, ladies and gentlemen, is Best Current Affairs Program Hindi. And here, to begin with, there is a tie for the bronze. The first bronze winner is ABP Network for the entry ABP News Bagavat. And the second bronze winner in the category is Times Internet for the entry Inspiring Stories, Zomato Delivery on Wheelchair Coverage. And moving on to the silver winner now, ladies and gentlemen, ABP Network has a second win in the same category, this time a silver for the entry ABP News Parivartan.
नमस्कार, मैं हूं विज्ञान प्रकाश और परिवर्तन के एक नए सीजन में आपका स्वागत है। दुनिया बदल रही है और इस दुनिया के बदलाव में भारत कहां खड़ा है? इंग्लैंड से यहां ऑक्सफोर्ड से इस खास सीरीज में हर बारीकी को
And moving on to the gold winner in the category Best Current Affairs Program Hindi goes out to Times Internet for the entry Bharat Jodo Yatra.
कांग्रेस नेता राहुल गांधी के नेतृत्व वाली कांग्रेस की भारत जोड़ो यात्रा 4 दिन के दिवाली ब्रेक के बाद गुरुवार को तेलंगाना के नारायणपेट जिले के मकथल से बहाल हुई। यात्रा जब सुबह 6:30 बजे मकथल से शुरू हुई तो राहुल गांधी के साथ सबसे पहले नजर आए भारतीय क्रिकेट टीम के पूर्व कप्तान और कांग्रेस नेता मोहम्मद अजहरुद्दीन।
Many congratulations, Times Internet. Moving on to Best Current Affairs Program in English. Ladies and gentlemen, we have no bronze winner here, but a tie for the silver. The first silver winner in the category is the Quint for their entry, Baizat Bari, what acquittal means for Muslims wrongfully accused of terror.
मुस्लिम और ऑनेस्ट मुस्लिम ये बर्दाश्त नहीं करते हैं ये लोग।
जबरदस्ती हमारे ऊपर जो है यूएपीए का और सांप्रदायिक सौहार्द बिगाड़ने का और देशद्रोही गतिविधि का मामला उन्होंने डाल दिया।
रिलीजन के बेस पर जो है एक इनोसेंट को मतलब जो क्रिमिनल समझा जाता है।
बाइज्जत बरी कर दिया, लेकिन जो है वो तो 4 साल में या जो 5 साल में या अब तक जो चीज़ें हमारे सामने आ रही हैं कि ये है वो बम ब्लास्ट के मुलजिम,
ये वो आदमी है, ये वो डॉक्टर है जो बम ब्लास्ट के केस में पकड़ा गया था।
Many congratulations, the Quint. The second silver in the category is backed by TV9 Network for the entry, Nepal's Saffron Surge.
3 years before India's first war of independence, Nepal adopts its first Hindi.
And the gold winner in the category is CNBC TV 18 for the entry CNBC TV 18 India Business Hour. I'm afraid we do not have anyone from CNBC TV 18 to collect the award. We'll make sure this reaches them. Quickly moving on to the next one, which is Best Follow-Up Reporting Hindi. The bronze winner in the category is Amar Ujala for their entry Bharat Jodo Yatra.
लोकसभा चुनाव को ध्यान में रखते हुए कांग्रेस के पूर्व अध्यक्ष और लोकसभा सांसद राहुल गांधी भारत जोड़ो यात्रा के जरिए कांग्रेस को मजबूत करने में लगे हुए हैं। राहुल गांधी की इस यात्रा की बहुत से लोग तारीफ कर रहे हैं, जबकि विरोधी कांग्रेस पर तंज भी कसते दिखाई दे रहे हैं। लेकिन बाबा रामदेव की तारीफ बहुत मायने रखती है। रामदेव ने ऐसा क्या कहा राहुल गांधी के बारे में, जो चर्चा का विषय बन गया, जमकर वायरल भी हो गए वो, और क्या वो राहुल गांधी की तारीफ कर रहे हैं या तंज कस रहे हैं? आप
That's Amar Ujala, bronze winner in the category Best Follow-Up Reporting Hindi for Bharat Jodo Yatra. Many congratulations. And now, ladies and gentlemen, there's a tie for the gold in the category. The first gold winner is TV9 Network for their entry Russia-Ukraine War, Sumaira Khan in Bucha.
संख्या में पोलैंड भी पहुंच रहे हैं लोग। पोलैंड यूक्रेन बॉर्डर पर भी TV9 भारतवर्ष की टीम मौजूद है। ग्राउंड जीरो पर वहां किस तरह के हालात इस वक्त बने हुए हैं, इसका जायजा लिया है TV9 भारतवर्ष की टीम ने। 15 लाख से ज्यादा लोग इस वक्त अपना घर बार छोड़कर यूक्रेन से निकल जाने के लिए मजबूर हो चुके हैं। और पोलैंड बॉर्डर पर किस तरह के हालात हैं, देखिए।
Many congratulations. So as I said, there's a tie for the gold in this category. You won't believe who's bagging the second gold. It's once again TV9 Network for their entry Russia-Ukraine War, live from Ukraine-Poland border. Well done.
TV9 भारतवर्ष की नॉन स्टॉप कवरेज जारी है। यूक्रेन के बूचा में रूस पर युद्ध अपराध के गंभीर आरोप लगे हैं। TV9 भारतवर्ष की टीम ने बूचा जाकर इसकी पड़ताल की है। देखिए TV9 भारतवर्ष की संवाददाता सुमेरा खान की एक ग्राउंड रिपोर्ट।
TV9 भारतवर्ष यहाँ इस मास ग्रेव के पास तब भी पहुँचा था जब हम सबसे पहले बूचा शहर में पहुँचे थे, लेकिन आज इसकी अहमियत बहुत ज़्यादा है। आज यहाँ से इन शवों को जो मास ग्रेव में
Can we have a huge round of applause for two gold winners in the same category, please? And now moving on to Best Follow-Up Reporting English. The bronze winner in this category is TV9 Network for their entry White Frocks, Black Truths.
In a city with the world's most contaminated air, a dangerously unhealthy river now sparks alarm.
Where is the river? That's the question you have to ask.
This is the story of a river we killed. 22 kilometers into Delhi's filthy underbelly, the pristine Yamuna turns into a sulfurous swamp.
Many congratulations, TV9 once again. And the silver winner in the category Best Follow-Up Reporting English goes to Zee Media for the entry Vion at Kabul.
Last year, the Taliban took over Kabul. In 10 days, Afghanistan will mark a year of the Taliban regime. For months now, we have tried to decode what the new Taliban rule looks like. We reported on the erosion of women's rights, of the economic crisis.
Can we present the award, please? Many congratulations, Zee Media. Now, ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together for the gold winner in the category, and that is the Quint for I Would Do It Again, Hindu man who saved lives of 8 Muslims in Ayodhya in 1992.
6 दिसंबर को तो मंदिर टूट रही थी मस्जिद, लेकिन 7 दिसंबर को जो है
तो ऐसा क्या हुआ था 7 दिसंबर की सुबह को जब रज़िया खातून भागकर अपने सालों पुराने पड़ोसी परागलाल यादव के घर पहुंची? अरे पेशेंस रखिए, बताते हैं। पहले ये जान लीजिए दैट दिस स्टोरी इज नॉट अबाउट हाउ और व्हाई
Moving on, ladies and gentlemen, up ahead we have a very interesting category, which is Best Inquiry into Fake News Hindi. In this, we have only a gold winner, and it goes to Network 18 for the entry Khabar Pakki Hai, News 18 India.
अब आपको दिखाते हैं एक ऐसा वीडियो जिसके बहुत ही रहस्यमयी और जादुई होने का दावा किया जा रहा है। वीडियो आप जरा ध्यान से देखिएगा।
Network 18 bagging gold in Best Inquiry into Fake News Hindi. Moving on to Best Inquiry into Fake News English. Here again we have a gold which is being bagged by Zee Media for the entry The Truth Behind the Military Coup Against China's President Xi Jinping. Let's hear it up for Zee Media.
China, where another leader is gearing up to strengthen his grip on power. We're talking, of course, about Xi Jinping. Next month, the Chinese president will extend his tenure by another 5 years. It will be a historic move. A move that will put Xi Jinping on par with Mao Zedong, the founder of modern-day China. The third term is virtually guaranteed to him. But last week, some unsubstantiated rumors cast a shadow.
Moving on, ladies and gentlemen, to the next category, which is Best Investigative Reporting Hindi. Now here we do not have a bronze, but there is a tie for the silver. The first silver is TV9 Network for the entry Russia-Ukraine War, Gaurav Agarwal ki story. I think we need to get another table to TV9. The table is already full of trophies.
हथियार उठाने से साफ इनकार कर दिया। इसके पीछे नाटो का अलग तर्क है, लेकिन बावजूद इसके पोलैंड यूक्रेन बॉर्डर पर नाटो सेना की मौजूदगी बढ़ती जा रही है। इसके पीछे की वजहों को जानने के लिए हमारे संवाददाता गौरव अग्रवाल की ये रिपोर्ट।
Moving on to the silver winner. The second silver in the category goes out to India Today Group for the entry Crime Tak Shams. Let's hear it up for the winner of the second silver in the category Best Investigative Reporting Hindi, India Today.
मैं उम्मीद है पूरी फैमिली अच्छी होगी, अपना ख्याल रख रही होगी। आज की कहानी शुरू करूं उससे पहले आपको याद दिला दूं कि कुकू एफएम पर भी तमाम ऐसी कहानियां आती हैं, दिलचस्प कहानियां, और क्राइम तक फैमिली के लिए क्राइम 50 है, डिस्क्रिप्शन पे लिंक है, ज़्यादा जानकारी वहां मौजूद है। और ऐसी तमाम कहानियों में आप साइनाइड
And now let's put our hands together for the gold winner in the Best Investigative Reporting Hindi category. This goes out to ABP Network for the entry ABP News, OP Newton.
इस स्टिंग ऑपरेशन को 12 फरवरी से 19 फरवरी के बीच शूट किया गया है। इसका मकसद चुनाव में हेराफेरी करने वालों को बेनकाब करना है। इस स्टिंग ऑपरेशन में बातचीत के दौरान कई राजनीतिक पार्टियों के नाम लिए गए हैं। हम इन नामों को नहीं दिखा रहे हैं क्योंकि इन पार्टियों का इस स्टिंग ऑपरेशन
Many congratulations ABP Network for bagging the gold. And now moving on to Best Investigative Reporting English. We do not have a bronze or a silver. Straight away going on to the gold. And this goes to the Quint for the entry PM Cares promised rupees 100 crore for vaccine development. Where did that money go?
Cares Fund was supposed to provide rupees 100 crore for vaccine development. Where did that money go? More than 18 months after the Prime Minister's office published an official release that PM Cares was allocating rupees 100 crore for vaccine development work, there is no...
Many congratulations to you. And now moving on to our 10th category for the evening, ladies and gentlemen. That's Best Mobile Phone Story in Hindi. And we have a silver winner, not a bronze to be given away here. The silver goes out to Jano Junction for the entry Transgenders Community Protest Coverage.
7 lakh people across 29 districts affected by floods in Assam. Death toll rises to 9. Delhi grips with water crisis amid scorching heat. Yamuna almost dries up. India's Nikhat Zareen wins gold at Women's World Boxing Championship.
Congratulations, Jano Junction. That's the second one you're taking home tonight. And the gold winner in the category Best Mobile Phone Story Hindi is TV9 Network for the entry Russia-Ukraine War live from Poland.
और उस बीच बड़ी खबर, ब्रिटेन ने यूक्रेन की मदद के लिए गोला बारूद भेजा है। ब्रिटेन का कैरियर एयरक्राफ्ट पोलैंड एयरपोर्ट पर मौजूद है। ब्रिटिश रॉयल एयरफोर्स का ग्लोब मास्टर भी पोलैंड पहुंचा हुआ है। तो ब्रिटेन की तरफ से यूक्रेन को और भी सैन्य मदद पहुंचाई जा रही है, गोला बारूद और हथियार।
And now, ladies and gentlemen, moving on to the Best Mobile Phone Story English. The silver winner once again is Jano Junction for the entry Week in Reel.
Over 7 lakh people across 29 districts affected by floods in Assam. Death toll rises to 9.
Now it's the right one?
Delhi grips with water crisis amid scorching heat. Yamuna almost dries up. India's Nikhat Zareen wins gold at women.
And now looking at the gold winner in the category, the Quint. Lots of goals on your table tonight. This one goes out to you too for Nagaland killings, telling the story through the eyes of those left behind. The Quint, the gold winner in Best Mobile Phone Story English.
Yeah. Ajang, yeah.
I feel that there's something inside. I feel like heads or legs or something like that. And I started shouting to my people that the bodies are here.
Once again, congratulations, the Quint. And with this, we would like to thank you, Mr. Deepak Ajwani, for doing the honors. And once again, I request Mr. Rajesh Upadhyay to please join us back on stage to present the next categories, please. Can we have you back on the stage, please? Moving on to the next category, ladies and gentlemen, this is Best Prime Time Show Hindi. And the bronze winner in this category is ABP Network for the entry ABP News, Bharat Ki Baat. The bronze winner in Best Prime Time Show Hindi.
गुजरात की आर्थिक राजधानी के तमगे पर इतराने वाला शहर अहमदाबाद अपनी महानगर पालिका से पूछ रहा है कि क्या हुआ तेरा वादा।
And the silver winner in Best Primetime Show Hindi goes out to Network 18 for 100 Baat Ki Ek Baat, News 18 India.
नमस्ते, मैं हूं किशोर रजवाणी। घड़ी इशारा कर रही है 9 बजे रात का, वक्त 100 बात की एक बात का। रूस और यूक्रेन के बीच तीसरे दिन भी भीषण जंग हुई, जिसमें रिहायशी इमारतों को भी निशाना बनाया गया। यूक्रेन के राष्ट्रपति ने राजधानी कीव में सड़क पर उतरकर रूस को खुली चुनौती दी। दुनिया के कई देशों
Let's hear it up for the silver winner in Network 18, 100 Baat Ki Ek Baat. And the gold in the category goes once again in this category, ABP Network bagging another one, this time for ABP News, Master Stroke.
रुपए की कीमत में रिकॉर्ड गिरावट, पहली बार डॉलर के मुकाबले रुपए की कीमत 80 के पार। महंगाई बेरोजगारी का ग्लोबल
Next up, we have Best Primetime Show English. We do not have a bronze, but the silver in the category goes out to Z Media for the entry Beyond Fine Print. And the gold winner in the category Best Primetime Show English goes out to CNBC TV 18 for the entry CNBC TV 18 India Business Hour.
Good evening. Thanks very much for joining us on India Business Hour. I'm Shireen Bhan. The headlines that we're tracking for you tonight. Tata Sons Chairman Emeritus Ratan Tata welcomes Air India back to the Tata fold. CNBC TV 18 news break now confirmed. The wait for the Maharaja's homecoming is over. The Tatas have won the bid for the national.
Moving on to our 12th category, ladies and gentlemen, this is Best Rural Reporting Hindi. We do not have a bronze winner, but the silver here goes out to Brute for the entry Bihar Dad funds son's cricket dream by selling land. That's Brute, the winner of silver in the category Best Rural Reporting Hindi. And the gold in the category is being backed by Z Media for Single Bamboo Bridge Story of Maharashtra.
आप आजकल न्यूज चैनलों पर अभिनेता रणवीर सिंह के न्यूड फोटो शूट पर हो रहे लंबी लंबी डिबेट और विश्लेषण देख रहे होंगे। आपको यह भी बताया जा रहा होगा कि रणवीर सिंह को न्यूड फोटो शूट कराने की क्या जरूरत थी, लेकिन क्या किसी ने
Many congratulations, Z Media, bagging the gold in the category Best Rural Reporting Hindi. Moving on to the category of Best Rural Reporting English, ladies and gentlemen. The bronze here goes out to TV9 Network for Killing Fields of Bengal.
Buktoi, a small hamlet around 220 kilometers away from the capital of West Bengal, recently witnessed a vicious massacre.
Many congratulations, TV9. We do not have a silver in the category, but there is a tie for the gold. The first gold goes out to the Quint for Apna Time Aayega When Dalits Fight for Dignity.
इस तरफ इस खटिया में दलित बैठते हैं।
गांव में लोग ताना देते थे कि ये भिखमंगा है।
ब्रह्मा के मुख से जो ब्राह्मण की उत्पत्ति हुई, पैर से शूद्रों की उत्पत्ति हुई।
अगर छोटी जात अपने मेहनत से आगे बढ़ रहा है तो कोई गुनाह है? ये लोग कर्म अच्छा
And now let's hear it up for the second gold winner in the category Best Rural Reporting English. This is Z Media for Health Workers in Kashmir.
There is an age-old saying in India that doctors are second to God, and the health workers in the Kashmir Valley are proving just that. Despite excruciating cold and completely snow-covered roads, these health workers in the Kashmir Valley are now braving the harsh weather conditions and going door to door.
Ladies and gentlemen, moving on to the next category, which is Best Talk Show. First, going on to the Hindi one. In this category, we have 1 bronze winner and 2 gold winners. We do not have a silver. The bronze is being backed by ABP Network for the entry ABP News, Rubika Liakat's talk show with CM Yogi Adityanath. Let's hear it up for the bronze winner, Best Talk Show Hindi.
बहुत बहुत स्वागत है आपका।
धन्यवाद जी।
मुख्यमंत्री जी, आपके सामने एक बात रखूंगी और उसके बाद मेरे सवालों का सिलसिला शुरू होगा। लखनऊ एयरपोर्ट पर कल उतरी, एक टैक्सी ली, ड्राइवर से नाम पूछा कि क्या नाम है भाई तुम्हारा?
Many congratulations, ABP Network. And as I just mentioned, there's a tie for the gold. The first gold winner is CNN News 18 for the entry Billion Ideas India at 75.
August 2022. 5 women officers of the Indian Navy's INAS 314 created history.
And the second gold winner in this category is India Today Group for the entry Sports Tak Post-Match Analysis.
फिर कुर्सियां ऊपर चढ़ा दी आप लोगों ने। पीछे जाओ आराम से।
शुरू करो भाई, शुरू करो। शुरू हो गया, शुरू हो गया।
अब वही सवाल है, अभी वैसे विराट ने बोला भुवनेश्वर को क्रिकेट अभी बाकी है। अभी सुनो,
अभी बाकी है क्रिकेट।
अभी
That's the gold winner, India Today Group for Sports Tak Post-Match Analysis. Next up, moving on to Best Talk Show in English. Here the bronze winner is News 18 Network for Call It Out Because It's Not Okay, Never Have I Ever, True Caller. Do we have the team here? And in this category, Best Talk Show English, there's a tie for the gold. The first gold going out to Brute for the entry Brute Sauce.
I'm great. Nice to meet
Good to see you. Come on in.
Thank you so much. How many people can say they've stepped foot into the very eloquent, very charming Dr. Shashi Sinha?
That's Brew, the gold winner in the category Best Talk Show English. And the second gold winner in this category is CNBC TV 18 for the entry CNBC TV 18 Young Turks.
Over 20 years, Young Turks has not just tracked startups, but it's nurtured a community.
There were less than 10 million internet users when I started. From there to present day, where we are getting close to 1 billion internet users, one can just reflect.
Our next category, ladies and gentlemen, is Best Channel Packaging Hindi. In this, we straight away have a gold winner, and that is Network 18 for the entry News 18 India.
जिसके पास है एंकर की टीम नंबर 1, जो है राजनीति के खेल से लेकर खेल की कवरेज में नंबर 1, आज तक को पछाड़ अब है देश का नंबर 1 न्यूज चैनल। तो देखते रहिए न्यूज 18 इंडिया।
News 18 India bagging a gold for Best Channel Packaging Hindi. And now moving on to Best Channel Packaging English. The bronze winner in this is News 18 Network for the entry CNBC TV 18 Channel ID.
This is Network 18. And you are watching CNBC TV 18. Powered by eBix Cash.
And the silver winner in the category Best Channel Packaging English is CNBC TV 18 for the entry CNBC TV 18 Union Budget. That's a double in the same category. And the gold for Best Channel Packaging English goes out to Z Media for Beyond.
Hello and welcome. You're watching Gravitas with me, Priyanka Sharma. Here's what's coming up tonight on the show.
You're watching Dispatch on WION with me, Neha Khanna. President of the Republic.
Let's send it for the gold winner Z Media for Beyond Best Channel Packaging English. much, Mr. Rajesh, for doing the honors. And I would like to request Mr. Deepak Ajwani to please join us back for taking forward the next few categories and presenting the trophies. Moving on to the next category, this is Best Set Design Hindi. We do not have a bronze winner, but the silver here goes out to TV9 Network for TV9 Studio Design Reel. And the gold winner for Best Set Design Hindi is ABP Network for ABP News Kashi Vishwanath Dham Corridor Animation.
भोले बाबा को तो मुक्ति मिलेगी, मैं आया नहीं हूं, मुझे बुलाया है।
Moving on to Best Set Design English, we do not have a bronze, but the silver here is backed by TV9 Network for Duologue with Varun Das featuring Vijay Deverakonda.
There's another person making a Bollywood debut along with you in this film. Mr. Mike Tyson. You got a few under his chin too? He landed one solid one on my chin. He landed.
And the gold winner for Best Set Design English, this one goes out to Z Media for the entry World at War.
Hello and welcome to this edition of World at War. I'm your host, Mohammed Saleh.
Many congratulations, Z-Media. Moving on to the next category, which is Best Show Identity Hindi. Here the bronze is being backed by CNN News 18 for The Right Stand.
Namaste and welcome to this very, very special edition of The Right Stand.
And the silver in the category goes to TV9 Network for Drishyam.
अब सवाल यह कि दृश्यम है क्या? दृश्यम एक खोज है, एक ऐसे भारतवर्ष की खोज जो अब तक भारतवर्ष ने ही नहीं देखा। हम किताबों में छिपे, किस्से कहानियों में दबे उस हिंदुस्तान को आपके सामने लेकर आ रहे हैं जो अब तक हर भारतवासी की
And the gold winner for Best Show Identity Hindi goes out to Network 18 for Amrit Ratna News 18 India. Next up, we're moving into Best Show Identity English, and the bronze winner here is TV9 Network for their entry Hijab Ban, The Distorted Debate.
Yeah, no one to tell me to go to madrasa. I want to.
And the silver winner in the category Best Show Identity English is News 18 Network for their entry Call It Out Because It's Not Okay, News 18 Network Truecaller. And the gold winner in the category Best Show Identity goes out once again to Z Media for World of Africa.
Upon taking the throne in 1952, Queen Elizabeth II inherited millions of subjects around the world, many of them unwilling.
Up next, we have the category of Best Use of Infographics in a Business Story, English. And here we have a bronze winner. That's CNBC TV 18 for the entry CNBC TV 18 Mad About Markets.
We'll begin with India's growth story. For the last few decades, India's GDP has been growing faster than the global average and among the fastest among its peers in the emerging market category.
If you just take a look at the alcohol market globally, it's divided across
The silver winner in the category Best Use of Infographics in a Business Story English goes to Z Media for India Budget 2022. And the gold in the category is being backed by CNBC TV 18 for their entry CNBC TV 18 Anatomy of a Biscuit.
Someone's eating this biscuit away from you, and it's not even you. I don't know how. You don't believe me? Check this. See? This is what's happening. You know why? Come, I'll tell you. Do you know?
Many congratulations, CNBC TV 18 Gold winner in Best Use of Infographics in a Business Story, English. Now there is no winner in Hindi here, so we move on to the next, which is Best Use of Infographics in a News Story, Hindi. No bronze to be given away in the category. The silver goes to TV9 Network for their entry Adi Nuclear Winter. And the gold winner for Best Use of Infographics in News Story Hindi is ABP Network for ABP News, Noida Twin Tower Blast.
तो दोनों इमारतों के एक एक कॉलम पर एक्सप्लोजिव फिट किया गया। इसकी प्रक्रिया क्या है ये समझिए आप। सबसे पहले कॉलम में ड्रिल करके एक होल बनाया जाता है। ये ड्रिल में
And now it's time to announce winners for Best Use of Infographics in a News Story English. The bronze here goes to the Quint for Rising Waters and Sinking City, Mumbai Against the Tides.
This is Mumbai, India's financial capital as of today. And this will be Mumbai if the sea levels rise by 1 meter under a high emission scenario by the turn of this century. Home to more than 20 million people, Mumbai.
We do not have a silver in the category, but there is a tie for the gold. The first gold winner in Best Use of Infographics in News Story English is CNBC TV 18 for CNBC TV 18 Anatomy of a Biscuit.
Someone's eating this biscuit away from you, and it's not even you. I don't know how. You don't believe me? Check this. See? This is what's happening. You know why? Come, I'll tell you.
And the second gold in the category is also being backed by CNBC TV 18 for CNBC TV 18 Zomato News Story.
Do we need food in 10 minutes? That's the raging debate on Twitter and elsewhere ever since Zomato announced a 10-minute food delivery service under the Zomato Instant banner. Now, while the announcement has been welcomed by a few quarters,
Many congratulations and well done CNBC TV 18. 2 golds in the same category being backed by you. And thank you so much, Mr. Deepak, for doing the honors. As we move on to the next categories, I would like to now request Mr. Shrikant Khandekar, co-founder and CEO of AFAGS, to please join me on stage to present the next set of awards. So moving on to the category of Best Channel Promo Campaign Hindi, we do not have a bronze here, but the silver is being bagged by Zee Media for Gyan Bhi Inam Bhi contest. Congratulations, Zee Media. It's been quite a night for you, bagging a lot of trophies tonight.
तो नमस्कार, आपके साथ मैं अदिति त्यागी।
And the gold in the category goes out to Network 18 for channel launch, News 18 Jammu, Kashmir, Ladakh, Himachal. That's Network 18, the gold winner in Best Channel Promo Campaign Hindi. Next up, we have Best Channel Promo Campaign English. We have no bronze winner here. Moving straight away to the silver. This is being backed by News 18 Network for News 18 Network Period of Pride Campaign Promo. Do we have the team here? Anyone from News 18 Network?
School, where our children don't just study, but nurture their dreams. Where they learn something new every day. Where they set their future plans in motion.
And the gold, ladies and gentlemen, in the category Best Channel Promo Campaign English is being backed by Zee Media for Beyond Climate Tracker. That's Zee Media bagging gold in the category Best Channel Promo Campaign English. Our next category for the evening is Best Channel Promo Single Hindi. We straight away have a gold winner here, and this is TV9 Network for TV9 Bharat Varsh Channel Promo. Moving ahead, we have the category Best Channel Promo Single English, and here straight away the gold going out to Zee Media for World Elections on Beyond. I think Beyond team needs to stand somewhere closer to the stage. Not that far.
If it's an election, you know where to go.
Hello, Sarab.
across continents.
You're going to love me even more.
Joe Biden
moving into the lead.
Special international committees that were monitoring the elections.
From different countries.
People woke up to a new Prime Minister, Natalie.
Next up, moving on to the category, Best Launch of a New Show Hindi. Ladies and gentlemen, very interestingly, both the medals here, silver and gold, are being bagged by the same organization. Any guesses? Yes, you're right. It's Zee Media bagging both the silver and gold in Best Launch of a New Show Hindi for the campaigns Time Machine and Kasam Savidhan Ki respectively.
प्रस्तुत करता है टाइम मशीन 75 वर्ष के युवा भारत की अनकही अनसुनी दास्तान सोनाली बेंद्रे के साथ।
And Zee Media, the gold is also yours for Kasam Savidhan Ki. Can we have a huge round of applause, please? It is silver and the gold going out to Zee. Moving ahead, next up, we have Best Launch of a New Show Hindi, which was being bagged by Zee Media for silver and gold. And now we're moving on to Best Launch of a New Show English. Here, the silver winner is once again Zee Media for the entry World at War. Big night, Zee Media, big night.
Our world is shaped by wars. We take you behind the enemy lines, through the heart of every simmering conflict.
And the gold winner in the category Best Launch of a New Show English is CNN News 18 for the entry Plain Speak.
Where unpleasant realities and stinging truths will be addressed directly and bluntly. Where neutrality will not be used as a fig leaf to go soft on any side.
Our next category, ladies and gentlemen, is Best Program Promo Hindi. Here, all the three medals, ladies and gentlemen, please note, are being bagged by one single organization. Network 18, bronze, silver, gold goes out to Network 18 for the campaigns.
ये गलियां ये चौबारा, अरे हम यहाँ आएंगे दोबारा तिबारा। दरार पर, दीवार पर, सीढ़ी पर, गड्ढे पर, ठेले पर, खोमचे पर, रेहड़ी पर, हर अड्डे पर। भोंपू की भोंपू, खबरों का फर्राटा, खोलनी है पोल, खून, वरना बाय बाय टाटा। राम लड्डू का चटखारा, चच्चा का चौबारा, मंदिर मस्जिद गिरजा।
So Chunavi Auto, News 18, Uttar Pradesh, Uttarakhand bags a bronze in the category Best Program Promo Hindi. And for the silver, it is Nashwa Nark Mein Le Jai, News 18, Bihar, Jharkhand. Can we have the silver also on the stage?
बिहार का बहुत अच्छा फुटबॉलर था, पर अब वो एक चोर है। नशा उसका सपना बर्बाद कर दिया। आप लोगों से विनती है, संभाल लीजिए अपन अपन बचा के सपना।
And the gold winning promo is Baiju's Young Genius car promo. Can we have the gold also on stage,
in 20 minutes. रोशनी, बेटा लेट हो रहा है, जल्दी आओ।
Hi, Mama.
Guys, just be ready by the time I reach.
Safety. What a performance.
Yeah, we'll work on that. Yeah. Hello. Hello.
Moving on to the next category, ladies and gentlemen, this is Best Program Promo English. No bronze here, but the silver is being bagged by CNN News 18 for the entry Samsung Solve for Tomorrow promo.
हाँ, मैं नहीं सोचूं।
Because we will not hold ourselves back, and we will make this world a better one.
Turn your ideas into action.
And the gold in the category Best Program Promo English goes to... I think the table is so full that they're all standing. They need to make space on chairs for the trophies now. It is Z Media for World at War.
Our world is shaped by wars. We take you inside the world's conflict zones, to the heart of every simmering conflict.
Many congratulations, E-Media. And now, ladies and gentlemen, do I hear an applause when I say this is the final category for the evening? Can I hear an applause? The final category for the evening is Most Innovative Promo Hindi. We do not have a bronze, but the silver here is being bagged by Z Media for the entry Time Machine.
गुजरा वक्त लौट के आएगा, अपनी कहानी खुद बताएगा। टीवी न्यूज पर पहली बार इतिहास के पन्नों का पुनर्जन्म।
And the gold winner for Most Innovative Promo Hindi is Network 18 for the entry Saaf Safai Zaruri Hai Bhai, News 18, Bihar, Jharkhand.
ऐसा नहीं सब साफ रखे तो हम भी साफ रखेंगे तो कभी साफ हो नहीं सकता, लेकिन ऐसा मानकर हर एक आदमी बैठे कि हम अगर साफ रखें तो भी सब साफ ही रखेंगे।
बापू कहते थे, स्वच्छता को अपने आचरण में इस तरह अपना लो कि वो आपकी आदत बन जाए।
इस गांधी जयंती महात्मा के विचारों
And now, ladies and gentlemen, the last award for the evening. This is Most Innovative Promo English, and we have just the gold here. Z Media, let's finish it with a bang. It's Z Media for the stickiest news brand. I request all the winners to please stay back in the hall because we are going to have a group photograph of all the winners with their trophies. Now that the Z Media team is here, I request you to please stay back while I invite all the winners with their trophies on stage for a group photograph. Can we have all the winners with their trophies? News 18, TV9, Beyond, Brute, everybody on stage with the trophies for one master group photograph. The podium. What's happening? Did we get the group photograph? Did we get the photograph? Can we have all the winners on stage with the trophies, please, for the group photograph? One more official photograph. you know, you came and I thought that I knew him, but where did I work with him? I couldn't just place him. His name I'm gonna go after him and later ask him. I think he used to cover. Bye. So once again, big congratulations to all the winners. The bar is now actually open. Enjoy your night. And this is me signing off. Thank you.